Thank you, members, staff, members of the gallery. Welcome to the council meeting for 26th of November. And welcoming you, I'd like to acknowledge the land that we meet on today is the traditional lands for the Kaurna people and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. Now read to the council pledge. We seek wisdom and understanding as we face the duties of our united task, praying for the peace and prosperity of our city. Please be seated. Okay, welcome to the second council meeting in our new facility. I think if we had the roll, we've replaced some of the chairs and those sort of things, so hopefully no one gets into the outer regions of the room. And again, any feedback on procedure and how things work and where people can see and whatever, all welcome. Please don't feel that we're completely locked in. I know the director's still working through some of the bedding issues, so we'll see how we go. It's only our second council meeting here. On leave we have nil, apologies nil. I think that's still the case, isn't it? Yep. Declaration by members of a conflict of interest. Are there any? Councillor De Backer.
We received conflict of interest for some of the people giving deputations and asking questions and known to me. We're not making a decision on it, so...
I think there'd be a long bow to declare that as a conflict of interest that you know people.
Well...
that are speaking. We all know people who are speaking, so I'm yes, Manager of Government, so I don't think we need to record that one. No.
Over there. David,
over there, sorry. You were there last time. Fine, thank you. Any other declarations of conflict of interest or proceed? Okay. Confirmation of minutes. Can we have someone confirm the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council for Tuesday the 22nd of October to be taken as a true record? Councillor Harris wishes to speak to it.
No, thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Here's wishes to speak to it.
I've just got a couple of questions. Because I was absent at that meeting. So
that's why you can't second it.
Oh, really?
I can, sorry.
Yeah.
Through the chair. The chair says you can. Strangely.
Thank you. Item 13, there was questions without notice, so I take it there were some.
Questions without notice.
It mentioned that you answered a couple of questions without notice.
Yes, I think there were.
So
yeah.
Could they be put into the minutes in future?
Only by resolution of council. Yeah. So no, we haven't ever recorded questions without notice in the minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And item 16, the item to brief with the cladding report. Was that tabled? Are there buildings in prospect with asbestos?
This is the flammable cladding.
Flammable cladding.
Director, you did address that in the report briefly, I think.
Through the chair, there were the report wasn't tabled. The government hasn't released it in that way, but the report essentially gets sent to our building fire safety committee. They work through a number. They inspect all these types of buildings, and they're working through a number of those in the city, of which there would be offhand less than a handful that have used that type of material. Some of which they've used in safe areas where it's still okay, and others where they're being asked to amend.
I think that the answer we received was the Fire and Life Safety Committee exists and they are on that issue with advice from the gurus.
Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Any further debate on the resolution, the motion about the minutes? If not, Councillor Harris, do you see any need to sum up?
No, thank you. I'm happy.
Please debate. All those in favour? Against? It's carried. Thank you. Mayor's monthly activity reports on pages 1 and 2. Just a note, it includes a section there on the Deputy Mayor filling in while I was on leave, and I'm very grateful to the Deputy Mayor for his work in that period. Someone have to move it as it's presented. Councillor De Backer, do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Rippers, seconder. Any questions, debate? Not, I'll take it that that's the end of debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Council member reports and briefings, are there any? Deputy Mayor?
Just wanted to note that I attended the Local Government Finance Authority Annual General Meeting and Local Government Association of SA Annual General Meeting. Pleased to report that I found it quite engaging and relevant. There was a bit of a country versus city flavour to the whole thing, to be honest. There was motions on the table for voting on that were country people said clearly this has been concocted by a bunch of city councils sitting around, don't experience any of these issues, so therefore we don't want to have to do that. And then there was other motions on the floor which city representatives stood up and said, this is clearly nothing to do with us, this is all about those people way out in the country somewhere, and we don't see why we should have to do all those things, and so on and so forth. But I think in general every motion got up, but it was a lot more, the balance was, there was a lot more sort of 30-60s, 30-70s and those kind of things, as opposed to the national one, it was 97 to 3. So I felt it was more engaging and relevant, and the team that ran the meetings did a good job. Some of the reports were a bit long, and I'm sure someone found them interesting for what they were about. But it was a good event, and it was well run by the LGA.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, and I have this for the minute taker, so I'll hand that to them afterwards. I attended the Community Open session on Sunday the 10th of November, volunteering with Prospect Local History Group, and we were kept very busy. I attended the Government House reception for the South Australian Women's Honour Roll, as I successfully nominated Susan Grace Benny, the first woman elected to government in Australia, to be one of the 25 nominees. I attended the Eastern Health Authority Board meeting with Director Nathan Cunningham on the 20th of November, and I think it'd be good to have Prospect Immunisation Clinic return to Prospect next year. Because of our building, we obviously couldn't have it. And I encourage you to read the EHA, as we call Eastern Health Authority, annual report, and the appendices, a section of Council's annual report on the agenda tonight. I attended the Office of Local Government deep dive, local on Thursday the 21st of November with Council staff Ginny Moon and Joanne Tanti. The LGA discussion paper and Prospect Council feedback guided our discussion, as did some of the representatives from Burnside Council that were at our table. So we had some deep and meaningful discussions there. And discussion mainly agreed that there needs to be more investigation on providing a local government commissioner with the legislative teeth, similar to ICAC, to deal with more serious matters, possibly if council is paying a base rate for investigation purpose. And there are a lot of other things, but that's, and I'm sure there'll be a report being brought back to council on that. Attended White Ribbon Breakfast, which advocates for reducing violence against women and encourages men to be involved in that, in resisting that, and advocating for women on the 22nd of November, along with staff and councillors Alan DeBacker, Mark Group and Deputy Mayor Matt Larwood. And along with many others, I attended the official opening and the Mayor's annual dinner, which in my view, and many others I spoke to during the evening, was a resounding success. And I thank the staff involved with organising it, as per the our CEO's very great summative email about that. And I think the town hall really sparkled. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Barnett. Any further, of course, Councillor DeBacker.
Yeah, just briefly, I was fortunate to attend the South Start conference with Deputy Mayor Matt Larwood and the Economic Development team. It was very useful. We saw Nigel McBride speak at Tandanya, and one of the take-homes from that is how we do our communication, and so we're sort of really focusing on how we're communicating with our audience and the ways in which we're doing it, so I thought that was really useful. I also was fortunate enough to attend the Local Government Association training on public speaking, so critique as I go. But again, it was about using local government speak and how we're actually speaking to the community, and I think it's really important that we address that as we go into our strategic planning. So really,
Excellent. Well, I'm holding up a card
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Councillor Nguyen.
I do second that, Councillor Tobacco, the enhanced public speaking workshop for the elected members was really good. The presenter, Georgina McGuinness, she was excellent and strongly encouraged, for us to invite her to come to one of our workshops just to talk to us about how we, put our communication out to the general public and just look at some of the ways that we put our, information report together. I think along with all the other elected the new elected members completed all the mandatory online training, the modules. So that was really good. Thank you, Joanne, for that email. So all of us have completed that.
Excellent. Thank you. Go to Councillor Pearce.
I attended the forum at the North Adelaide Football Club, which is put on by the Prospect Residents Association on the planning and history. And Councillor Tobacco was on the panel together with Peter Malinowskis and Tony Piccolo. And it was a very good night. And I also attended the conference in Townsville on the 23rd of October for the International Cities and Towns Conference. And again, that was a very worthwhile conference, which I'll report on later.
Thank you. Lots happening. Anyone else got a report? All right, thank you for all that. Very informative. Now we have question time. As per our policy, maximum period of 15 minutes in total, maximum time of 3 minutes per person. And we've got a set of rules somewhere. We haven't needed them so far. They're the two main ones. So who would like to start? We've got Ms. Crisp is close enough to us. You'll just stand or sit with the chair is there.
All right. I just want to raise a question about yellow lines, and I'm going to pass around some photographs. Living in an infill development street, we have a lot of parking problems, and I've had trouble getting out of my drive. Originally, the council put a yellow line across my drive and two long yellow lines with arrows on the end of it. They then road and the yellow lines weren't visible, so I had to ask them to redo it. And at the time I was then told that there was a new Australian standard and you could no longer have a line across your drive, and you could only have a little short, and you weren't allowed to have the line, only have a little short line. And that's a picture of what's currently there. Through the wear and tear of cars, the old yellow lines have come back, so it's not too bad. But the other day I was in Norwood, and Norwood Council had just redone a whole lot of yellow lines, and the yellow lines were across all the driveways with a little piece that came into, there's some photos of it. And my question is, if there's an Australian standard and you're not allowed to put a line across a driveway, why are Norwood Council doing it and we're not doing it? Because my question would be, I think it is a much better way to manage traffic problems than what we're currently doing. These are all.
Okay, so there's a question. Why, if Norwood's doing it, why can't we do it if there's an Australian standard? CEO?
So, through you, Chair, if I could refer that to our Director of Infrastructure, Simon.
Through the Chair, thank you for the question. I'm not familiar per se with the exact requirements of the line marking Australian standard. I'm happy to take the question on notice and provide a response. Thank you.
That'd be good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And just, I should have asked you to restate your name and address just for the purpose of the records. We shouldn't think that we know who you are.
Oh, okay. Elizabeth Crisp, 8 Cassie Street, Collinswood.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crisp. As well. Next we have next in line, Mr. Condis.
Do I sit or I need to stand?
You don't need to sit or stand. You can have a choice, but you do need to tell us your name and address.
My name is Jack Condis, 25 TNU Avenue.
Thank you. Fire away for 3 minutes.
I think you may have already the questions with the preliminary notice of the questions. They were circulated on the 12th of November. Is that correct?
I don't, the members don't have them, I don't think.
The management has them.
Staff to have.
Right. Because each of the questions has a preface to the question to make sense. Can I first?
You have 3 minutes at your disposal.
For the 3 questions.
Yes.
The heritage listed to Prospect Fanside has been sold to a private developer. If this question is agreed upon, I would like to suggest a strategic planning group be formed to develop the responsibility and presentation activities that we propose. Can the Prospect Council approach the development of the new childcare centre to be built, incorporating the heritage tram barn, and ask that the facility be used after hours and weekends for community use? We believe that the engagement of this fits neatly with the Prospect Council's strategic plan in 2020.
Director Cunningham, Chair. Just stop. Thank you. Director.
Certainly, we can ask the question of the new owners.
Right. And as per the idea,
So your question was, can we ask?
can we ask, and also the suggestion of forming a strategic planning group should they agree?
I presume if they agree, that can be addressed. But that first thing is if they agree.
Secondly, the second question is, so I take it I will receive notice of that question and the answer once you've made the approach?
Sorry, no. To be
receive notice.
We council passes resolutions that the staff track and enact and report back on, but we don't track questions from the public in this forum, other than if it's asked on notice and responded to at the next meeting. If we can take it on notice, and if there's a response by next meeting, yes, but I suspect that question may take a long time to resolve, in which case you'd need to come back at some later time and ask the status of it, would be my recommendation.
Right. Question 2, leasing licensing of Prospect Council facilities. Again, there was a preliminary statement before the question. And the question being, can Prospect Council make available its meeting rooms and workshop facilities throughout the new building and district free of charge to its rate-paying community, as is the case in many other metropolitan councils?
I'll take the question.
Once
again, Director.
Through the chair, fees and charges, our rooms are set in the annual budget, so reconsideration of that can occur before the next financial year's budget.
Finally, over the years, I've been lucky enough to live in Prospect and know the accumulation of wonderful original collection of artefacts and artwork, and yet I don't see many of the original works purchased by this council in this building. Question, can the community art experts of Prospect be involved in the regular curatorial work of presentation? My background is a visual arts education, and I see that the presentation of great works that you have in the council, collected by you as a council over many years, can be displayed throughout this building and throughout your community rather than be locked away.
Thank you. Director.
Again, through the chair, look, absolutely, we have a Prospect Arts Action Network group, which has some responsibility and input to the gallery and all other curatorial works. A lot of the works you've been speaking about are currently locked in our art storage downstairs. The intent is absolutely to get them out amongst the people to enjoy them within the space. And there is a corridor between Eliza Hall and Irish Harp, which is specifically designed to be a curated area with the right hanging equipment and the right lighting already in place for that to be essentially an ongoing curated corridor of art. Through the chair on that, it wouldn't take us particularly long. I would suggest that it'd be early in the new year where we'd be able to get our first round of works up and hanging.
I noticed one of the larger pieces has just come back into the building at the top of the stairs, so that process is occurring.
Yes.
Yeah. We just didn't leave it in the hands of the builder.
Right. Okay. You know as well I do, Mr Mayor, that we've got a magnificent Sir Kukowski sculpture. I don't know where it's gone. There's a lot of people asking. I presume it's going to be displayed within the Prospect Council area or district.
Which one, sorry?
Sir Kukowski, the big sculpture that was on the main North Road opposite.
Absolutely going to be installed on the wall of the former post office now at Playgroup SA building on Sunday.
Oh,
Sunday.
Good luck.
By negotiation through the staff with the owner, who's still Australia Post, so it's a fantastic outcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, if you come forward, Mr. Standen.
Mark Standen, 7 Mawson Street, Nailsworth. When the John Street depot was closed, depot operations were relocated to the Campbelltown City Council depot, and at the time the elected members were reassured by staff that there would be efficiencies associated with this move, positive efficiencies. So my question is in two parts. Now that we've actually done all that and we've sort of 6 months down the track, what is the ongoing net difference in the depot vehicle fuel costs since relocating to Campbelltown? And what is the net difference in the depot vehicle's carbon footprint as a result of this or any fuel difference? And I'm happy to take that on those.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I hope that the Director of Infrastructure can respond, I guess, on those.
Thank you.
Take that on notice.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And sorry, look, again, I've missed it again. Your name and address for the purposes of the minutes. At the beginning. Saying it. I'm doing well, aren't I? Any more questions from the gallery? No, that being the case, well, thank you very much for those. We'll close public question time and move on to the next item. Petitions we have nil. Deputations we do have one, and I'll call forward Ms Jenny Rossiter to speak on behalf of the University of Third Age. And if you could take the seat, but you can stand, sit or stand, it's your choice. And so I do remember, I guess your name and address for the purposes of the minutes.
Jenny Rossiter, 66 Alice Street, Sefton Park.
Okay, fire away. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I've got to get this up first. Oh, it's hot yet. I don't know how this goes. Right. No? How does this work? Put it up the right way, it might help. No?
From currents.
It's here. Got it working.
Go back to where you were.
Time, Ms Rossiter, we'll just get this sorted. I'll start your time for minutes actually working. Back in the overhead projector days, you would have had full control.
And you're well away.
Texture and your clear sheets. Old people laugh about that.
The old Gestetner.
Because really old people know what a Gestetner is. Yeah.
Be lucky.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is the first time we've had an external presentation come in, so we'll just good learnings.
Right. Oh, we're right?
Yeah?
Yep. Oh, okay.
Okay,
Right,
yeah, 5
so the
minutes.
aim tonight is to give you a quick insight into the uphill and very frustrating battle that we have had over the past 2.5 years trying to secure a home base. And we're also asking Council if you can actively support us now in our attempts to get a venue in order that we have some stability as a club and some long-term sustainability. Most of you know U3A, low-cost, affordable educational activities, $40 a year membership, wide range of activities. We operate 4 days per week, 9 till 3. Our initial vision was to create a community hub around the Memorial Gardens precinct, collaborating with all the different clubs using the park and pay-in-fee now, and also we go down to Prospect Road. We have 204 members, the majority from Prospect and surrounding suburbs, which is bringing people into Prospect Road, and approximately half live on each side of Main North Road. And we run entirely by volunteers. We are part of your strategic plan, Lifelong Learning meets the future needs of all stages of life. We're also written into your Intelligent Community Plan. We are a very dynamic club and we have some great initiatives for next year, Great Mates, Sassy, Seniorpreneurs, etc. But tonight I want to talk about the venues. October 2017 was my first meeting with a council staff member to discuss the difficulties in finding a venue and the frustration with the underutilised venues and the clubs not wishing to use them. We began at the RSL, my husband being the president, which was helpful, but with a new president and a new committee coming in 2008, we were no longer welcome. So we moved to Broadview Uniting Church Hall, which is a wonderful facility, but at $60 a day, it's not a long-term option for us. And with the new committee and president, the Croquet Club welcomed us 2 days a week at $35 a day. Most U3As meet in council-owned facilities and at a very different subsidised rate, community centres, libraries and town halls. So since our inception, we've actually used 4 venues, And each time we move venues, we have to reprint new flyers, forms, posters, etc. We have to start again with building relationships with other clubs, and we lose members each time we move. We don't wish to be dotted around the community. We need a home base, ideally one venue and a maximum of 2. And we have a budget of $8,000. We're currently waiting this year, or for next year, we're currently waiting for the Croquet Club and the Broadview Uniting Church to know whether we can return there. We did ask the RSL if we could hire their hall again, and they said yes, but at a cost of $100 a day. So we're always dependent on the whims of the frequently changing committees. So we need long-term stability and strategic planning. This is what we need. We need a small office space, 2 rooms, large spaces, kitchen facilities, adequate car parking, heating, cooling, and an affordable rental cost. The Nailsworth Community Centre, it's gone.
That's all right, your time won't be.
The Nailsworth Community Centre has all the facilities that we require. Affordable rate, has an outside grassed area for art and Tai Chi, and we can collaborate with the Men's Shed, the Probus Strength for Life. We already have a lot of members who belong to those groups. We don't want to just be hirers wherever we go. We want to be part of the community. We want to be developing the community. But we've been unable to access the facility, and we've been trying since 2017. At present, we know there are 2 senior groups of 10 people who use it on a Tuesday and Thursday, and it's practically the same 10 people. And again, we have a member who goes, so we know this. And we know that those 10 people do not live or have ever lived in Prospect. We have actually asked them to share, but when the council did that, and apparently they're not. So our other options is to actually cancel our programs. We've inquired at Enfield Community Centre, and they are offering us 4 days a week at $8 per room, and also 1 year free rental. We're also looking at Community Centre in Brompton. If we move out of Prospect, we would have to change our name, and we'd change it to U3A Inner North, but we would lose our Prospect presence and our identity, and that would be really, really sad for us. 4 questions. I don't know how much time I've got. So is it fair and equitable that groups are able to have, all right, I'm going to give the 4 questions a miss, because what I want to go to is we are a dynamic, innovative and fast-growing voluntary community group, and our work is valued by the community and the council, and we meet the needs of older people. What we would like council to do is to review the criteria for the hire agreement of Nailsworth, which would then enable us, because the agreement comes up in June, that would enable U3A to be able to use the Nailsworth, hopefully be able to use the Nailsworth Community Centre on Tuesdays and Thursdays. If we stay at the Croquet Club rooms, they're very cold, and we really need adequate heating to be installed, particularly for older people. And we also want you to take into consideration the perspective of current hirers of club rooms, not just the leaseors, when you're developing your leasing and licensing policy, because we do feel that there has been issues of fairness and equity that are not in our favour. So we need council to help us find a suitable long-term venue that we can call home, and we really need it to happen now. We really need it playing a waiting game, waiting for the leasing and licensing, waiting for Click, waiting for people at the RSL to not be there anymore because there's only 8 of them. So we really need help as soon as possible.
Mayor, can I just, if possible,
take questions?
Can I just move for an extension of time so we can actually hear the 4 questions that was in the presentation?
Leave from the members for another 2 minutes to hear the 4 questions. All those in favour?
Oh, thank you.
Carried.
I have tried so hard to get
No, it's
right
fine.
down. Right. Is it fair? So our frustrations have all been around fairness and equity. Is it fair and equitable that groups can have first dibs at the renewal of the hire agreement of the Nailsworth Community Centre when those said groups have only 10 members, none of which all have ever been residents of the City of Prospect? And is it fair that such a policy is stopping groups such as the U3A with over 200 members, the majority of which reside in Prospect, from accessing the Nailsworth Community Centre? Is it fair that a small group of RSL members, averaging 4 to 8 each Thursday night for 2 hours, have sole use of the of the facility, dictating to whom, and even if they actually really want to hire the hall, and coming up with whatever cost they feel. Is it fair that U3A, in desperate need of a home base, should have to look elsewhere, even in neighbouring councils, while such a facility is available now? Is it fair that U3A Prospect, a local, not-for-profit voluntary organisation, has to resort to hiring privately owned facilities at unaffordable rates when there are council-owned facilities currently underused? And the last question is it fair that U3A Prospect, a successful and valued community group, has to continually change venues as our hire agreements are dependent on the ever-changing whims of the venue's management team? And if I have a couple of minutes, I want to just put this in.
Don't have a couple, but you've got 30
30 seconds? All right, leasing. How will the new leasing and licensing policy assist U3A to secure a venue, taking into consideration our small operating budget and the example of unwelcoming attitudes of the clubs? RSL has 8 members and $80,000. We have 200 members and $8,000. So will the council actively meet and work with groups to develop hire lease agreements that are fair and equitable to all parties? And will the council intervene if the agreement looks fair and equitable on paper, but over time, on a day-to-day operational basis, it is not?
Thank you.
The end.
Questions? Do you hear any questions from elected members? Councillor Group.
Thank you. Just a question on that last slide about your budget. You said a budget of $8,000. How is that just through membership fees, or do you get any other funding?
No, we only have membership fees of $40, but we have recently received a council grant to run our Great Mates program of $2,000. But apart from that, that's no. We, like every other club, looking for grants elsewhere. But we don't want to increase our membership fees because the whole idea is that it's affordable. And with the exception of U3A Adelaide, every other U3A is under $50, some even less than us, $20, $30.
Just 2 other quick ones if I can. Second one is, if you had a magic wand and you could choose any of those locations you spoke about, which one would it be? Okay, we like the RSL because we can be there 4 days a week, but we don't like the relationship. We were asked to leave, basically, threatened to be locked out of the facility. So I would say the RSL and then also the Nailsworth Community Centre. Third question, if there's anything else that you want to say to us that because you couldn't because you ran out of time, what would it be?
It's a deputation, it's not a lecture, so just respect the rules we're bound by.
Okay, I would just like to invite you all to our AGM this Friday at the North Adelaide Croquet Club Room. It's at 11 o'clock. You get a free lunch and the bar is open, and we have approximately 50 to 60 members coming, so you're all very welcome to turn up and come and meet some of the people.
When was that again?
11 o'clock on Friday.
I think that was worth hearing, yeah?
Yes.
Especially the free lunch.
Thank you for the indulgence.
All right.
Councillor Pearce.
I met Jenny some months ago when they needed some assistance because the Treasurer was going overseas, and I heard this story then, and with the RSL, it really struck me that is ridiculous. Oh, absolutely. For that number of people to not allow them in there. And I was hoping that I said to Jenny, perhaps when we do the leasing and licensing, that we could override them in some way and say, well, you know, it's not your choice to charge $100 a day, some ridiculous fee when they're paying a peppercorn or something. So I'd like to see, as the Councillor Group just said, the nominated place would be the RSL. And for 7 or 8 members that only use it on a Thursday for 2 hours, it just seems ridiculous that a strong organisation like this.
There is a question here somewhere, isn't there? This is a question to the deputy. Otherwise, I'm going to have to shut you down.
I'm going to make a statement, am I?
You are, yeah.
I'll stop there.
I'll give it a bit of a break. Deputy Mayor?
Can I pass on my apologies for Friday? I'll be interstate on business, so I can't attend, but thanks for the invitation. The locations that you've identified, can can you tell me a little bit about so 3 years, I think you said you've been active, and what's the growth to get you to this point? I think you said you started with 60.
Yes. Well, we started 2 days a week with 60 people. I think it was about 60 people. I have a few people here from U3A. We have our secretary and our French tutor. So we started, it's growing really quickly. Like, we were blown away with how quickly it's growing. We're up to 205 people now, and we've done very little marketing apart from the Prospect magazine. And we're obviously meeting a need that all these people are coming out of the woodwork and saying we want to be a part. And we have 35 tutors and volunteers. So
my actual question was going to be, still is going to be, which of the facilities would still be suitable if say, in a couple of years' time, your numbers continue to grow as they have been? You could be up to 300 to 400 people in 2 or 3 years' time. So which facility would suit you as you grow, or which facility would you grow out of quickly and you'd be on the hunt for another place?
Okay. We liked the RSL because it had 2 rooms, and if the concertina door is repaired, it would actually kind of make 3 rooms, and it had an outdoor area and the memorial gardens. So the average U3A is 300. Teacher Gully and Adelaide have 1,000. If we got to 1,000, I think we'd be. I mean, I don't anticipate that we'll get. I think we'll be around 300 as well. So I think we'd be looking at 2 venues, but we want to have one known as our home base with an office space where people can come and see and meet us and greet us there.
Yeah. So
I would think Nailsworth community, and also the other point is that by doing that, we're on both sides of the main North Road, which for older people is somewhat of a barrier.
And my second and last question is, do you need a space where you can set up and leave it as it is, or do you come in and set up in the morning and, like good campers, when you leave, it's back to how it was? Which one of those models?
Well, certainly the Nailsworth community being a shared facility, obviously we would come in and whatever. We would like to have a place where we can actually have an office and secure storage, which we don't have. The RSL, when Neil was no longer president, had made us move all our stuff into the side room, which is used by the Little League people as a change room on Saturdays. So that wasn't suitable. So with the RSL, because if we're using a venue 4 days a week, then it's a shared facility. The issue we found is more from the RSL, that they don't leave it out for us. I'm not answering your question very well here.
No, you did. That's fine.
That's right. Yep.
As well. Can I ask, in terms of where you go, what sort of agreement are you looking for? Clearly something more than a day-to-day or a week-to-week. If
we would
RSL became available to you, what sort of agreement are you looking for to protect your rights?
In regards to like leasing and licensing, I don't know what your policy is going to be, but it's difficult for us on an $8,000 budget to go into a facility and go, we'll maintain it and do all the whatever, like similar to what the RSL are doing. They have the $300 peppercorn and they're supposedly maintaining it, although we did most of the work to do that. So we would probably be hires. I can't, because I don't know what a sublease or anything would look like, but we would certainly want to stay somewhere long term.
There's some sort of agreement that would facilitate that rather than just a casual hire arrangement.
Yeah, because we're 4 days a week or 2 days and 2 days. Our issue at the moment is that we, as I said, we don't know from year to year where we're going. The committee's changed, so...
Okay, the second question is that I know you've made several representations over time, and I think we share your frustration to some extent, although you might think we have all the levers at our disposal. We don't think we necessarily do. Are you aware the staff are talking to the RSL still currently, and are you comfortable that they're talking to the RSL about the potential for you to return?
I'm comfortable, but they're really blocking us and they don't want us there, and they've made it very clear that we are not welcome. And I don't know what kind of relationship we would have and how it would be written up into a hire agreement, but we would definitely need council's input to sit there and negotiate an agreement with the RSL. And that's what we were actively asking for, that you actively support us, because we've been on our own and we're really struggling. We really need you to intervene and come and help us, please. And we need it now, because we can't.
Because you want to book the next year, I understand.
Yeah. So we're talking like next week.
Councillor Rick?
That's actually perfectly, your last statement was leading into my question. What will you be doing in the short term? Will you be, for next year, will you be using Broadview? What's, I guess, the plan
in the short term? We have asked Broadview if we could come back, but we haven't heard yet, and we've asked the Croquet if we can go for 2 days. And they don't have, this is the other thing, they don't have their committee meeting till the 16th of December, which it's always difficult, because when you hire a place, you can just know, especially if you've had Space Decor or something going, you know there and then, but having to wait makes planning quite difficult. But we would like to go to Nailsworth in June, knowing that we could stay there for a while, and I know that you've got plans to do it up, so that might make it difficult for us for a short time, but yeah.
We've got plans for plans. We haven't got plans to do it up because it needs money.
Yes.
So just so you're aware, it's not a question, but just so you're aware.
So it's not something in the...
It has to wait for a budget.
It's going to happen maybe eventually. But
the question is, are you aware that if you go to Nailsworth, you might be disrupted as soon as you land there, because we might be doing a major refurbishment?
Yes, we are aware.
Any further questions from councillors? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And now everyone's on the same page, which is great, because as you know, I've spoken to most of you over the last 2.5 years.
Yes, yep, and keep doing so. Thank you very much. You could resume your seat in the gallery. We'll carry on. And that's just for perfect clarity, we won't be discussing any more of the items that were asked as questions tonight, or any other matter related to U3A tonight, because none of those items are listed on the agenda page.
Excuse me, questions without notice, maybe.
Sorry, questions without notice might do. Sorry, my apologies. So feel free, gallery, to stick around until questions without notice. Other than that, you're free to go when you wish. Quite right, Councillor Barnett. Motions on notice, we have Councillor back, item 11.1, advice for development applications, and your motion on notice is on page 1. And if you could please read it out to us.
Okay, so council could continue to receive an update of the public development application register via email no more than a fortnight apart, and a further email advice is introduced to report within 2 business days of the receipt of the significant development application referred from the State Commission Assessment Panel, noting that this advice is for information only. So I'm just going to speak to this briefly within the confines of me being on the Council Assessment Panel. So thank you again, fellow elected members, for voting me onto the panel. I think it was unanimous. You know that I really care about development and planning, and I do take it to heart. I think one of the good things about the Council Assessment Panel is that it is open to the public. So just as we have this forum here, that we've got a gallery and they can hear how we deliberate over things. So sometimes we are what we call, there's lots of terminology here, so the relevant authority, so the decision maker, and sometimes the relevant authority might be someone else like the State Assessment Panel. And that varies. So sometimes we might be just sought for information or feedback, and sometimes it might be for a decision. So within the confines of being on the Council Assessment Panel, I'm not going to speak to any particular development in my role, but I'm just going to show you a few things. So most of you would be familiar, like one here, with these kind of doobie wackies here, you get sent this out as an attachment a couple of times or whatever.
Yeah.
So basically it's split into wards and it tells you a summary of what it is, where it is, and when it was received, that kind of thing. So that's quite a useful summary because obviously as an elected member you get lots of information, that kind of thing. There's also often once a month you'll get the council assessment panel minutes and the agenda sent to you for information, obviously for council assessment panel members. That's for us to deliberate, and we also get a hard copy as well to go through. Now, should you not read through the entire council assessment panel minutes, and I don't know how many of you do, it's a great read.
Yes.
So generally there's a summary and there's the whatever. So this does two things. I guess it's a way of communication, but it's also a way of communication with our community. So this particular one is just in regards to notification in this type of format occurring after it has gone for deliberation in a forum. So I encourage you to support this motion. It's going to improve our communication. Second to that, I would perhaps welcome an amendment or a second part, because this particular piece of information goes up on our website as part of our responsibility with the Development Act. So as a relevant authority, this has to go up. And doing my due diligence today, I went online and Development Register comes up. The last development applications available to the public to review is the 9th of September 2019 to the 22nd of September 2019. So I can be told I'm wrong, but that is clearly not good enough. So I'd accept any amendments if you want to have that. So if our community want to go online and find what developments are going on in our city, we go to our website, 9th of September. So I'll just leave it at that, but I encourage you to support the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Barnett.
Yes, we certainly support anything whereby elected members as well as members of the public can receive hopefully up-to-date information about developments in our city. And I know that some associations, like the Resident Association or the Prospect Local History Group, also have an interest in this area. With the history group, it's more about demolitions, which unfortunately, in my opinion, still occur, perhaps some of us wouldn't like them to. So I think I'm hoping that the Director of involves planning has noted about perhaps making sure it's kept up to date. Yes, I support it.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate?
Just a question at this stage. Possible? Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a question for the administration through the Mayor. Why is the development register online only from the 9th of September, showing as the 9th of September to the 22nd of September? Why is this the case?
That's through to the Director of Planning.
Through the Chair, very good question. I'm just sending an email now to double check what's happened. Essentially, it's a manual process, and clearly by virtue of us moving into this building, a couple of fortnights have slipped. The emails have still gone out, but for some reason it hasn't gone on the website. So I'm emailing staff now to make sure that that's remedied by tomorrow.
Thank you. Councillor Ripp. Would you speak to the motion? No, you just asked a question. Would you wish to speak to it?
Maybe after.
Thank you. Councillor Root.
Thank you. I just want to be clear about the intent of the motion. So the first part of it says continue to receive. So that's actually not changing anything now, and maybe the mover could clarify that from their expectation when they sum up. But my reading of it is it's just saying we're going to continue to receive something we're already getting every fortnight. So I presume there's no real change from that point of view. The second one, though, is a further email advice to report within 2 days of receipt of significant development. Can I just check with the relevant director whether there's a resource implication for doing that and what that resource implication would be?
Look, through the chair, essentially everything has a resource implication. This one would be minor. Going back through my recollection over the last 12 months or so, if this motion was in place 12 months ago, we would have had to rely on this once in order to... there's been essentially one occasion where after the fortnightly advice was sent, 2 or 3 days later, an item came from SCAT, and before that fortnight was out, that ended up in CAP.
Yeah. So on the basis of no material resource required, I'll support the motion, but I would just be interested in the clarity around that. The only thing this is asking for is that second part of the motion.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Question first of all. So this is asking for email advice be sent to whom? I assume that the elected member body. And is this also asking that the website be updated within 2 business days of the receipt of significant development application?
The questions to the mover. You are seeking to ask the staff how they would interpret it, which is you can.
Yeah.
Yep. Director.
Through the chair, I'd interpret the literal words before us as an email to elected members for those rare occasions where items come in between the fortnights.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll be interested to hear the sum. I'm not necessarily in favour of this. I think that in its own right, it's a small piece of work, but it's the kind of thing which happens so infrequently that remembering to do it may or may not be difficult. Probably won't be, but many small pieces of things for people to do adds up to a large amount of work. We continue to burden our staff with those types of things, and then we expect a lot out of our staff to activate things that are part of our strategic plan and those kind of things like that. So continuing to pile small pieces of work onto the staff, from my perspective, is a concern. So I'm interested to hear the summing up, but at the moment I'm not 100% sure that I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Wynne with a question.
How long does it normally take for the information to be uploaded on the website?
Through the chair, our normal process has been once the email is sent, it is also sent to the communications team and uploaded immediately. So as I said, I'm emailing now to work out where the breakdown has been.
That's the answer to your question. Did you wish to debate the matter?
Can I just clarify so normally immediately after the email gets sent out?
Through the chair, within hours. It's a manual process.
So it has to go from the person who sends the email to a communications officer who has to then upload it on or update the website. Is that correct? Upload a file. Couple of steps. Any further debate?
Just a further question. If the further email advice is to be within 2 business days, would that further email advice be uploaded on the website as well, or is that would that need to be an amendment that further email advice and the website's updated at the same time, just for that 2 business days bit?
So the director previously clarified that he interpreted that as only sending an email, not updating the website. Are you asking a question in a different way?
Oh, so okay, well, I must have got myself tangled. So that's only for further question. Would it be practical for part 2 where it says within 2 business days of the receipt? Would that be practical for that to go on the website as well?
Through the chair, practical. I see no reason it's not practical. It just comes down to that question of how often it comes up through a manual process, whether it's remembered. It's a rare occurrence we're talking about here.
Thank you. That's the answer to the question. Did you wish to debate the matter? Any further debate? Back to you, Councillor DeBacker, to sum up.
Yeah, look, there's some people asking for a bit of clarity, and it is...
Siri's happy.
Oh, she's happy. So just people asking for a bit of clarity about what the intent is. My intent is communication being available to our elected members and our community. So that increases the transparency. So for example, just to compare service levels, and this is where we have to look at service standards across local government. I went to Nord Payneham St Peters Council website today. I looked up what development applications were logged that week, this week. It's all done automatically. So I know there's resourcing issues and I know there's all those things, that our thing we're obliged to do under the Act hasn't been updated since September. Not good enough. So I'm not pussyfooting around in this regards. I think it's really important that when development's going on in our city, our community knows under the Act what is being done in their city. Not the full details, and I was careful about the wording in this, and I didn't mention the website specifically because if you're not the relevant authority, you don't necessarily have the ability to put it on the website. But what it does do, and I changed the original wording, no more than a fortnight apart instead of a fortnight apart, which was just internal practice because I did ask, is that gives the manager of planning or the director of planning the flexibility if they want to notify us, because it's more to do with the reputational risk. So what happens if you get asked by someone about some development that's happening and you know nothing about it? That's the egg on your face kind of scenario that we're talking about with some of our risk management and our audit committee later. So I think this stuff is really important. You may think these are just little bits and pieces, but when these are significant developments within our community, I don't want to end up with egg in our face because we've dropped the ball on communication. So to encourage you to support this, and I think it will improve the communication throughout the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Thank you. Questions with notice are nil. Questions without notice, are there any? I suspect there are. Councillor Harris.
I'll just ask two and then we'll let other people have a shot, then ask. The first two are fairly simple. It's nearly Christmas and I get another job around that time of the year. Has the reindeer gone from Barker Gardens? We were feeding a beautiful Christmas reindeer and it's no longer there. Did we take it away?
Has it gone from this year's display or last year's display?
Well, from Monday to now.
This year's display, thank you.
Yeah.
CEO, Director? Through the Director of Infrastructure.
Through the Chair, I'm not aware of why it would have been removed. I'm happy to investigate and report back.
Okay, that's why I don't want to ride one and it's not there.
Right.
The second, and the other two I'll leave out, the ring, if it's the correct word, the ring on the backboards up on Broadview Oval on the St. Philip's one, damaged and missing, and I've had people approach me that want to use it, particularly around the Christmas time, and is it possible to get it replaced and fixed as soon as possible is my question. And in that same question is can and do, and it's a thing we've just done recently with parks and gardens and that, can and do people actually book that area? I don't know if we hire it, I meant book it. You know how you can book a part of the garden? Can we book that area where the rings are missing in that court?
Okay, two questions there. Through you, Chair, to the group.
Through the Chair, happy to take both on notice. So can we book the basketball court and when will the backboard and ring be replaced?
Yes, thank you. Then I'll let other people have a shot and I'll get my last two in after.
Oh, right, okay.
Or I can get them all in if you want me to continue.
All right, keep going.
Okay. The other one is can, and I don't expect this to be answered straight away, so I'll take it on notice as well. We've moved out of the library, the Thomas Street Centre and that, and have we got an idea when it'll be sort of cleaned up to be handed over to the school?
That question's been asked elsewhere. Yeah. Through...
I wasn't elsewhere to ask that question.
Through the Chair, as recently as today, a number of staff were over there performing a significant clean-up. There's also a small community asset sale, essentially, that has to occur with the leftover items. We would expect probably 3 weeks before the building is in a position where it could be handed over.
About 3 weeks.
We're aiming to do this ahead of Christmas. We obviously have until the 31st of December. All intentions are to get it as quick as possible, but it's just there's been more equipment left there than we had originally planned, and that has to go through the auction process in accordance with our asset disposal policy.
Thank you. And my last but not least one is about Galway Avenue. I think we all just went through a process with changing 2 of the streets there, blocking off the streets and traffic and stuff like that. But sticking with Galway Avenue at the moment, we've in the current idea set up on the eastern side, I won't give you the hours, I think between 7 and 9 or something, where we've stopped the traffic, well, we're going to stop the traffic and that. I thought, and I know it's not in the end, I thought, so here's my question, is it possible, which I think is necessary for the other 12 houses on the other side, which is the western side of Galway in that same area, is it possible to have that same sort of signage in the morning and afternoon on that side, whatever?
Northbound side.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Director?
Through the chair, I'm happy to investigate that. That's not a yes/no answer. I'm happy to investigate and report back what the mechanisms at least to investigate that further, to progress that further.
Okay, they're my 4 questions. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, my questions pertain to the deputation from U3A. So I understand that there is an office space at Nailsworth Hall that was refurbished and whatever to house staff when Painthy was still being built. And my question is that now that Painthy is built, would that office space perhaps be one that could be made available to Prospect U3A?
Well, I like that question. Could I perhaps preface your question?
Yes.
Indulge me. Is that space a lettable space at this point, and has it been leased to anybody, or is it a new space? Who can answer that?
Through the chair, it essentially just sits as a semi-vacant office that our CHISP team still operate out of from time to time during the week in order to maintain a presence at Nailsworth. We could alter that practice if there was a known demand for the small, what was a broom closet?
They had 4 staff in it.
It did.
Sorry, when we talk to the community about a one-stop shop for services, are you saying we've still got a satellite office somewhere?
Through the chair, I wouldn't call it a satellite office. I'd call it an ability for the staff who are over there assisting with the Nailsworth Hall activities to perform work functions while they're also assisting out in the hall.
I think that's what satellite's an anagram for. Let's take it as that. Okay, thank you, Councillor Barnett.
Yes, thank you. And my other one is pertinent to our leasing policy discussion that we had at a recent workshop. So when will our next leasing of council property come to council? I'm hoping it will come to a workshop session before, so it doesn't go directly to council.
Thank you, CEO. Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, I've had one meeting with our consultants since that workshop. I've got another one with them this Thursday. From there, we'll be preparing a timeline, but we are recommending that we'll have another workshop with elected members prior to the draft policy going to council.
Thank you.
Councillor, anything further?
Not for now.
All right, Councillor Ripp. Oh, we're moving around the table. Great.
Why not? Just happens to be that way. Nailsworth Community Hall for bookings. Can the staff please tell me, out of all the bookings at the Nailsworth Community Hall, how many groups of that are actually local to Prospect, and have we actually done an analysis of how this is actually benefiting our local community? Are the bookings local residents using the space, people from outside the area, mixture? Just some indication, please.
Through you, the Director of Community.
Yeah, through the chair, I have no ability to answer that off the top of my head. I'll have to do some digging to look through. There's numerous groups across the week. I've provided some details, I think, to all council members in response to Councillor Barnett in recent days. That provides some of the information, but I'd have to critique the detail of who's attending and what the original arrangements were. There is a hall booking protocol which does talk about priorities given for certain groups, but there isn't a review mechanism built into that protocol, which is why that review doesn't occur.
Sure. So further question, please. So for bookings, is it standard that existing groups just get an automatic rollover of bookings?
Through the chair, that has been the standard approach for the last few years in absence of a policy that suggests alternate.
Geez, that's not very...
My understanding is we used to grant 3+3+3 year agreements. So if they hadn't caused a problem in the 3 years, they're entitled to a further 3 years. The opportunity to change arose at the 9-year mark, and we haven't done it very often because it's a big thing to do. The Archers at Broadview springs to mind, and the Ovingham Football Club is another. They're the only two I'm aware of, but neither were pretty, just so you're aware. But that's generally the time frame. We can change that, but that's what we've historically done.
Sure. So do we actually, before we take bookings or accept bookings, do we actually check, particularly not so much for, say, Paienthi, but say for a community hall like Nailsworth Community Hall, do we actually try and make sure that we're giving preferences to groups that are actually local to Prospect for those bookings?
Director?
Through the chair, the protocol does talk about preferences for council-led functions and then for community-based activities that are housed within the city or that are predominantly local. Predominantly local might be one of those things that changes over time or that is a little bit subjective.
Anything further, Councillor?
Yes, I do. So, for example, I'm aware that the U3A Prospect were told that, say, for example, that they couldn't be necessarily accommodated at the Nailsworth Community Hall. But having a look at the review of bookings, I see that, on a Tuesday, for example, 12 to 16 people are using all areas. Do those 12 to 16 people, do they actually need other type of activities there? Could these type of groups actually share the space, so one group takes the back and one group takes the front to try and actually work in why we've got bookings for, say, 10 people using the whole space? I just want to get a bit of an understanding.
Director?
Through the chair, we have made contact with the groups that were clashing with the times that the U3A requested, and they have both committed to taking that to their next group meeting to work out whether or not they could use a portion of the hall or we're happy to co-locate. We haven't heard back, and I think even the deputy mentioned the date of one of those meetings, which is possibly nearly 3 weeks away still.
I think we've all been there, and just to answer from the chair, the only way to get to the toilets is through the central hall. The only way to get to the one kitchen is through the central hall. So the staff have interpreted that as being it's one higher space with two parts, possibly three. But the reason that I've supported a redesign is to try and get it to work as three separately hireable spaces. But we haven't initiated that work, Councillor. So
no, I'm just sort of asking because I see examples where I've seen examples in the bookings where there are sharing. So I'm just trying to get an indication as to how that works, because there are examples during the week where it appears that it is shared between middle and back. Yeah.
Equally from the chair, can I just answer that we haven't asked staff to run an expression of interest process at the end of lease periods. We could, but in my time here, I don't think we ever have. We did it at Charles Kane when we did not give Ovingham a renewal, which then freed up a space with no existing hirer. Then we ran an EOI. But at the end of the 9 years and all the others, I don't recall us ever having a general advert going in the paper saying to anybody anywhere on the planet, tell us if you're interested. We could choose to do that, but we haven't asked the staff to do that, in my knowledge.
Halfway with the archery. Not total, yeah, but it was.
My recollection of how we dealt with the Archers, but suffice to say, changing existing hirers is never straightforward. Yeah. Did you have anything further?
I do have some other questions on other topics, but I'm in the interest of should I come back to those after?
Are there any others? Questions without notice? No? Councillor Ripp, we're with you.
In terms of the survey that went out to the community for Prospect moving our local roads to a 40-kilometre zone, can I just get an indication when that decision is coming to council?
Director?
Through the chair, report will be coming to December council meeting.
Thank you. I'll go back to a couple of those residents. I've also had a couple of residents want to know that they obviously read the report that went to the last council meeting saying stage 2 that was looking at the potential for the roundabout for the Galway Reams and Jellicoe intersection. What are the timings proposed for stage 2? What are we proposing in terms of timings? Is it a 12-month period for the review for that?
Director.
Through the chair, I'm not unable to provide that timing now. I'm happy to get back to you on the schedule for stage 2.
That would be great.
Thank you. Anything further, councillor?
No, that's fine. Thanks. Sorry. Sorry, I did actually have it here. My apologies. Belinda Renfrey has emailed. Wasn't sure if she sent it to all councillors, but just raising concerns today about. I'm sorry. There it is. That's all right. I had it, and it's just shut at my. Yeah, I've got it. Thank you. Change to traffic conditions for Edwin, Rutherglen and Galway. Just wants to know that if her email can be responded to. Apparently, she did email the staff quite a while ago with feedback and didn't get a response. So she's been on to us today, upset, and wants to know if what considerations actually been given to people who weren't supportive of the stage. What consideration has been given, and are residents who are proposing feedback, are they actually being responded to? And she's about she's on the western side as well. On about the western side as well.
Through the chair, it was a council resolution that we inform all residents of the Collinswood suburb of the result of the council resolution. That was done via letterbox drop last week. That's what we've been. That's what the council resolution was, and that's what we've done.
Thank you. And in terms of responding to this email,
I'm not aware of that particular email, and if you could forward it through to me.
Just point of order, that email only come about 3 o'clock, but it's a follow-up from a previous email.
Thank you. So
you give a bit of further direction around that. So she's concerned and just wants to know that people who have...
Not a point of order. Back to Councillor Ripp.
Sorry. This resident was wanting to raise that she said, I've received no response to my concerns raised by email. What consideration did council give for my concerns? And so what she's saying, and I've had a phone call with her before, is she is upset that she wants to know if people have emailed feedback into the staff, do the staff actually respond and to address their concerns?
So saying through the chair, from the chair, sorry.
Yeah, obviously, that's sort of...
From me, through myself, the director has said if you can forward the email, he'll look into a response. But are you asking a more generic question about whether staff respond to emails?
I know in the consultation period, some residents have said to us they did email their feedback in and asked or raised concerns, but they haven't had responses. So I've had that from about 5 people, but this one's Belinda's emailed.
So the directors clarified that everyone in Collins would receive notification of what their outcome was.
Yes. So do they receive individual responses if they've emailed in feedback in the consultation period?
Individual.
Thank you. Director?
Through the chair, without seeing the email, I imagine it was in response to the consultation period. It would be collated as part of an overall response, and people don't receive individual responses back. They receive, as per the council resolution, advisement of the council resolution.
Yeah.
Which has gone out to all the people and all the properties in Collins.
I'll get back to her and let her know as well.
So I think just to clarify, if it's outside a consultation process, then I think they would expect to reply. But not
that's what this one is.
Yeah. Okay, so you might need to clarify that with the director.
Right,
yeah. Thank you. Right, any further questions without notice? There being none, we're on to minutes of committees and regional subsidiaries and other bodies. We have one, which is item 14.1, the Audit Committee meeting minutes, 21st of October. Somebody wish to move it in its current form? Thank you, members of the gallery. Thank you. And someone wish to move it in its current form? Recommendations on page 4.
For audit, sorry.
Yes, for audit. Councillor Ripp, wish to speak to it? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nguyen, wish to speak to it? Any debate? That is ending debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. We're now on to reports for decision. I note that I've had a request from Councillor Groot to pull forward item 15.6. Sorry, 15.6, appointment of Deputy Mayor and timing of ordinary council meetings and information and workshop sessions, because he has to leave the meeting soon. And so I seek leave of the meeting to pull that item forward for debate now. All those in favour? Against is carried. Thank you. We now do so. And in item 15.6 in the agenda review meeting, we did discuss a slight change to the December meetings, because we normally have a dinner after the meeting rather than before. So CEO, has that been put up there for us to have a look at? Yep. Somewhere in that scroll.
What page is it?
Sorry.
Thanks.
197 to 198 I've got.
201.
So in yellow,
The 201.
just to preface this resolution is because we have to have a defined time for our council meetings. We always get stuck with December because we like to have a thank you meal after the last meeting for our staff and our elected members. And if we finish too late, the restaurants close. So we often pull the meeting forward at a 6 o'clock start in order to finish at a reasonable time for the restaurant. But we have to do that by resolution. So because this item deals not just with the deputy mayor selection, but also setting up the times for the council meetings for 3 years, we thought we'd try and deal with this at the same time. So I apologise for the change. It's only a very slight change. People clear about that? Okay, good. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Are there any questions about the change? Councillor Backer?
Change. It's just about another part of the
Yeah,
motion.
I think you've got the same.
I'm happy to take questions about other parts of the motion if there are any. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just 4B
Mm-hmm.
to be held at KMC. I think it's very valuable that we're able to have the flexibility to have workshops at other locations around. So again, to be held at KMC or another venue, publicly advertised venue at the discretion of the CEO. Because then if we're talking about Broadview Oval, actually at Broadview Oval, or if we're at Charles Kane Reserve, I think it makes it more relevant and we're around the city.
Yes, can I just ask CEO, the council meeting, we have to advertise a venue. It's a public meeting, the papers are public, etc. Workshops are not as bound. Do we need Part B?
So venue to be confirmed.
We probably don't, Chair. I mean, technically I can ask elected members to come to a workshop at any time and place. It's reasonable.
Yes.
So probably not even dealing with it formally. My concern in our chat before the meeting was that we don't want to be too prescriptive about time and place and that we have to have these workshops. But clearly I would like to be able to call them when the need arises. And I certainly take on board Councillor Rebecca's view about the fact that it would be appropriate to not necessarily have them.
So, two issues here. So we did discuss before the meeting that instead of locking us in for 2 workshops a month when we might not need 2, or we might need 3, that the preface to Part 4 should say that the CEO call council information workshop sessions when required, which gives the CEO the ability to call them as often or as little as required. And that should be in the first part. And Part B, I think it's a good idea to have flexibility to have the workshop at Charles Kane if we've got an issue there, or at Broadview if we've got an issue there. I don't think we need Part B, to be frank.
As required.
Sorry, just,
and if you left that blank.
And that's just the front part of Part 4. So I haven't called for a movie yet, so I'm happy just to put that up in there in yellow as well. Get that tidied up. Thank you. And then sorry, that was supposed to be in there, but thank you, Councillor Backer. We can delete Part B, which then provides the flexibility. Was there another question about the motion?
No, I was going to say exactly the same.
If that's the case, can I just seek indulgence to suspend meeting procedures until 8:30 should we need so to hear nominations? All those in favour? Against is carried and meeting procedures thus suspended. So for the position of Deputy Mayor Part 2, we need to have nominations. Are there any nominations? Councillor Brew.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to nominate for the position of Deputy Mayor the person on my left, Councillor Larwood.
Do you accept, Councillor Larwood?
I do.
Thank you. For one nomination for Councillor Larwood. Are there any other nominations? Councillor Nguyen, you're nominating yourself? Just checking. No other nominations? All right, of course. And is there any other discussion, any other part of the motion while we're out of committee procedures?
I just see the write-up of what was the final So right up to 4, sorry.
Can we just scroll that up? Thanks. Sorry, just, okay.
D, we don't need B. Sorry, we don't need B.
4B,
We'll delete that.
delete all of 4B.
Does it make A redundant if we're saying as required?
No?
Well, A is not relevant then if we're saying that the CEO calls council information workshop sessions as required to be held on, we don't need A then either. Or part of that, the first bit of A we don't need.
There,
We held on the first
I-
second, or as required.
so that's a good question. The history of this place has been that if we call a meeting on anything other than Tuesday, it's a dismal failure, unless it's a committee meeting and people have said I'll be on that committee. So I wouldn't want to give the CEO too much freedom to think that he could reasonably expect us to turn up on a Thursday, because my experience, I've been on this place a while, no, it doesn't happen.
No, well then could we simply say that CEO calls information and workshop sessions on a Tuesday as required?
Yeah, sorry, the director's whispering in my ear and might whisper in your CEO. Sorry, preferably on a Tuesday or generally on a Tuesday. There may be an exception for a very good reason.
It might be typically on a Tuesday.
Tuesdays.
So your word, CEO, because you're going to be stuck with implementing it. So what do you have?
Well, I mean, the CEO calls council information workshop sessions as required, and
With a preference, yeah.
and with a preference for Tuesday.
I'm happy with that.
With a preference for it being on a Tuesday. I mean, I'm going to be very sensible about the fact there's no point in calling a workshop unless we can get councillors along.
They want it, all right.
Call it Friday night.
But there may be an occasion, for example, if we went off site, that it may not be a Tuesday, that's what I'm saying, and that would be a council workshop.
It, I think, needs to be them.
Yes, or them being.
Or sessions.
And then A can be deleted and B can be deleted.
Yes.
All of that. Comes down to one. Okay, so if that doesn't work, we can always pass on the resolution, but I think that gives us complete freedom. Any other comments on the rest of it? If not, we'll take a formal session, ask somebody to move parts 1 to 4 as on the screen with Councillor Larwood, and part 2, Councillor Ripp, you're happy to move that way?
Yeah.
Do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Brute, do you wish to speak to it?
Just to congratulate Councillor Larwood in preparation for the next 30 seconds of his life, which I presume will mean he'll be the Deputy Mayor, so well done.
I know they tell the... Don't say that anymore. Or that. Sings. Any further debate? Councillor Larwood, Deputy Mayor currently.
I'm not sure whether this is debate or whether it's appropriate, but I just wanted to say that I have really enjoyed the last 12 months as Deputy Mayor, and it's been an honour to fill that role when I've had the opportunity. Given that the Mayor does a great job of being Mayor, that doesn't come up very often, but when the chance has arisen, it's been very enjoyable and a good learning experience for me, and I look forward to in that role for the next 12 months.
Thank you. And from the Chair, I've really appreciated the assistance of the Deputy Mayor and look forward to that continuing if this gets up. But it's always good to know that the Council's got someone that everyone's happy with, and there's only one nomination, so I'm hoping it's unanimous. It's very important, not just for the person who gets that position, it's important for me to know that you support that person in that position. So I'll leave that decision with you. Any further debate? Being none, that concludes debate. I'm sorry, Councillor Ripp, unless you wish to sum up.
Yeah, all the best for the 12 months ahead.
Thank you. That concludes debate. All those in favour? All those, sorry, just do it again. All those in favour? All those against? Is carried unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Being the Deputy Mayor.
I don't have to hand the badge back in.
Is there a badge?
I think of the cost savings.
I'll put mine back down. I had it just in case.
Be a little swing tag, wouldn't it? The Deputy Mayor thing you could supposedly give back. hopefully made it back in the building. And
Yeah, swung.
thank you. Moving right along. 15.1 Audit Committee Annual Report. Recommendations on page 9. You have it there, but we have with us tonight, thank you, the Chair of the Audit Committee, Ms. Corinne Grant, and I invite her forward to speak, but need to suspend meeting procedures to allow that to happen. So I think if we go to 8:45, so all those in favour of suspending meeting procedures 8:45, against is carried. Thank you. Ms. Grant, welcome.
Thank you.
Karen, sorry.
Mrs. Grant is a comedian, which I'm not.
I'm pretty good cover.
So anyway, as you have been very busy in council and the staff have been very busy in the last 12 months plus, we definitely in the audit committee have been very busy with the monitoring of the financials and the risk to do with predominantly this building. So I really have to thank staff. The risk reports and assessments have been fantastic, very easy to understand and covering all bases. So what we did every meeting is we had an update of emerging risks, risks had been closed off and how things were progressing, as well as the budget to actual as we went along, and finally have got this wonderful building. So, and now moving forward, we started back at the beginning of the year with a workshop with our audit committee where we looked at the things that we had been doing and what we wanted to do. And I think what's come out of that, and also from our annual report, is that we want to get a bit more involved before things happen, not just after things happen. So you have a strategic management plan, you have asset management plans. Usually we see those things after everything's laid out. So we don't want to be making decisions for you or be involved in the debate, but we just want to see how things are progressing as you move towards your final plans, so that we understand how you got there for when we're looking at the annual financial statements and the quarterly financial statements and budgets in line with what you're trying to achieve in your strategic plans. We also want to have some input. We think we'd have some value having some input in some of the KPIs that you have as you develop your plans. We feel that KPIs generally in strategic management plans can sometimes be lots and lots of little bits and not always real helpful. So we'd like to have some input into that. We're also suggesting that we, as part of our role, also look at your strategic management plan once a year and go, well, from our opinion, did you achieve what you were planning to achieve? So I guess it's a little bit of an accountability situation. It's easy to make a motherhood strategic plan. 4 years later you go, did we do anything? So I'm sure you won't make a plan like that. We've also had a lot of internal audits over the years, and we did suspend them because they had kind of grown legs of their own and everyone was very, very busy with all the issues about the building. But we'll be getting back on track on that, and we want to be again part of the forward thinking of where are our biggest risks, where should we be looking at and focusing our efforts in internal audit. So, and also getting ahead of new legislation. You're talking about one of the new legislations tonight. There's new legislations and new accounting standards coming in all the time. So it's getting us a little bit ahead of things rather than be at the back. We also want to know from the elected members that are not on the audit committee what you actually expect from us. Is what I've said tonight in synergy with what you're thinking? We are a tool that you can use to assist you as you go along in your work. And we're a bit of an accounting tool and a bit of because we've got independence, we have no political agenda we need to worry about. So we can say, why are you doing that? So that can be useful for you. Overall, I think we've got a very robust audit committee. We go into a great deal of work with everything. The staff have worked with us extremely well. I think we've had all the information that we've needed. Joe Tanti keeps me and everyone in line, getting stuff back to her. So, but we do want to have a continual improvement and be of value to council, not just a thing that ticks boxes. So that's kind of wrapped up in our annual report, but to give you a little bit of verbal summary.
Thank you. Just stay there might be some questions. Are there any, Councillor Group?
Yeah, I've just got a brief one. Thank you for your report and also your verbal report. Your commentary about KPIs and the value you can add on. Do you think there would be value in you also engaging with us, and I think I'm far enough away from the CEO, on the CEO performance KPIs? So I've been on that committee for a number of years, and we sometimes struggle about trying to get the right KPIs for the CEO. Do you think that's a role the risk committee could play?
So we could have a role in that. We would not be taking on the political, what you're trying to get out of the CEO, but we might have commentary about whether the KPIs are doable, whether they make sense, whether they're linking back to your strategic plan. So I know that, I'm sure it won't be here, but I know that it can be an emotional time, the relationship between an elected body and the CEO. So if we are independent and we have no feelings either way, sometimes we can say, look, that KPI is a bit wishy-washy. I don't know how you're even going to measure that. So, yeah, we think we could help you with that. So that would be fine.
And so just to be clear, I'm probably thinking exactly what you've said, the science behind it, rather than kind of necessarily the content of it. But I think that's where we struggled at times, just trying to get that nuance right. So I think if we've got a resource, maybe, I'm just one voice in that committee that maybe how that could help us.
And I think Alison's next.
Yeah, excellent presentation, excellent report. It was really good to read the comments. We're going to sort of ground through some of the things that we're thinking about for the committee and what needs to be done better. And I think one of the biggest frustrations I have is being told no, because we all want everything, but I think what's actually achievable is sometimes, you know, we need to actually assess whether that's possible. So I think it's really good to hear that, that we have got assistance in that strategic planning process, so that we're not trying to do too much badly and do a few things really well. So I'd be good. In the audit, do you also look at opportunity loss? Is that sort of part of the risks that you look at as well?
Yes.
So we can do this, but we're not going to be able to do that.
So when you're particularly around budgeting, long-term financial planning, strategic planning, that's very important. When you're looking at, it's not even a commercial aspect, it's that if we do this project, what won't we be doing? So that's particularly around asset management planning, less about community because that's not as measurable, but certainly around asset management planning.
And certainly as an elected member, I'd like to come and listen to one of the meetings. I think that would be really interesting. So if there's any, I would say good ones, but if maybe ones that might be useful to watch, would be interesting.
Oh, they're all good.
Yeah, I'm sure they're all good.
They're all good.
Again, thanks for being on the audit committee and the report as well. I think one of the interesting parts of the report was the self-assessment questionnaire. I have a question, that is, what do we do with these answers? Because there's two or three in particular that stood out where we had some totally satisfied across the board, but then we had a range of totally satisfied through to dissatisfied. So I think that we need to look at those areas, probably look at the ones where there was a spread, and see what we need to do. One of the points raised was the strategic management plan side of things, but also there was some commentary around more clarity around our asset management plan, and also management information systems, which is something which is there's a whole broad range of aspects of risk related to management information systems, keeping them up to date, security risks and all those kind of things like that. So I'd really like to see us see how we're going to bring that into the work that the Audit and Risk Committee does, but also that I'm not sure who to direct this to, but we act on particularly the questionnaire, the self-assessment questionnaire, and pick up on those points and see what advice we can take from the group to improve our processes in this area.
Well, give some insight into what happens to the answers
Well, what we will be doing is, because we started with the workshop this year, we'll do another workshop where we'll be looking at those things. Sometimes that may mean that we recommend a change in term of reference, but often what it will be is we've got a work plan and something will come into that to make sure that we cover those things off. A lot of the suggestions in this is what we've just been talking about, being more involved in council before things happen.
Yep.
So I think if you're willing for that to happen, then that does make it, it's just a case of just remembering that you've got a resource there to use.
Survey answers, more particularly where there's a spread of responses.
Well, then I think we'll be looking at that in our kick-off early year workshop and drilling into that a little bit more about, okay, why do we feel that? Why does someone feel this way but someone else feels that way? And often it's not till some of these come together that somebody who might have said, oh yeah, strategic management plan's not our role, I'll give it 5 because I don't worry about it. And someone else says, well, why don't we worry about it? That we go, actually, maybe we should be thinking about it more. So it'll become part of our workshop and discussion about where we want to be going.
Yes, I think it's an excellent idea, and having spent time on the audit committee myself, I find interesting, about the different viewpoint that our independent people sort of throw on items, and different sort of spotlight gets put on to what, we might be used to thinking of. And I think particularly because with our new CEO, Nigel, he would also be throwing a different viewpoint, I think, from his point of view of where he's come from, not being entrenched in local government, I might say. And so I think these things are important for us to have. And also I wrote down here about benchmarking as well. And also I think we've got discussions going with our strategic planning, so it might be good to have a session. I think we have had a session involved or when it was called the Development Plan Assessment, came and were involved in a joint strategic planning exercise. So I think that would be valuable.
So we're particularly aware we're not elected members. We don't want to take over anything of your role. We just want to be a resource that you can use.
Can I make a comment about what happened to the survey result? Yeah. So what happened to the survey result is we will frame that into our work plan. So we do have a 12 to 24 months work plan. So a new one is coming in the new financial year. So the next audit committee in February, you'll see a whole new work plan. As per the report says, there's 4 key focus for this particular, as a result of this survey, like strat plan, annual review of the scoping of internal control. So elected audit committee member want to see more internal control. So that has been planned in our new work plan. And one thing in particular, asset management plan, of course, and you will note that one of the comments from the survey result is to get to know more about PID Act. So that is one of the resolution for you before you tonight, that when we have a workshop, then when we organize a workshop, audit members will actually join council at a workshop to be part of the training of PID Act. So that's how we interpret all the surveys result and previous surveys results.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? No, if that's the case. Thank you very much, Mrs. Garrett.
Thank you for having me.
Get my glasses. Thank you for coming out. And now I turn, of course, back in a formal session. The recommendations on page 9. They're before you, members. 4 parts. Does anybody wish to move it in its current form? Councillor, happy to move it. Wish to speak to it?
Yes, just want to thank Corinne, just dealing with the item now, but I want to thank Corinne and the audit committee, so moving all 4 parts there on the screen. I've really enjoyed being part of the audit committee at Prospect, and I've learnt a lot in the last the first 12 months being on there, and it's and we do have some really good live discussion at the meeting, so I do welcome you, if you haven't seen an audit committee meeting, to actually come along and watch any of them. I mean, the ones in the lead up to obviously with Painty, we're quite, if you wanted more of an exciting one, that was definitely some really exciting discussion in the lead up to Painty. But particularly too, what's going to be important if we do move towards the development of a strategic plan to 2040, how we actually get the audit committee in and being part of that discussion as well. Obviously with our strategic management plans, we've had discussions at recent workshops that we don't just want to be a 4-year planning council, we want to have a longer term vision, and as we did at the last workshop, starting to plan towards, say, 2040, well then we need to think, how do we involve the audit committee with that? And they're a great tool. I've learnt a lot, and I think we can utilise the audit committee in different ways moving forward. So I strongly endorse the recommendations on the screen.
Thank you. We have a second. Councillor Barnett, wish to speak to it?
No, I think I just agree with the comments by Councillor Ripp, and I think the 4 parts of the motion capture what the audit committee is looking to assist with.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Ripson, you need to sum up. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Garrett, for your attendance tonight. Safe journey home. Merry Christmas. Item 15.2, public interest disclosure policy and procedure, recommendations on page 29. Get a chance to have a look at that. It's quite an important policy. Someone wish happy to move it in its current form. Deputy Mayor, wish to speak to it?
No, thanks.
Got a seconder? Not that tough. Councillor Pearce, wish to speak to it? Any further riveting debate? Councillor Ripp.
Yeah, just a quick statement. We have had discussions about this at audit committee and the need for training for elected members. I mean, I have a base understanding of this, but I think if we really drill down, do we have, each of us have a full and in-depth understanding of all of these measures? The audit committee believe that extra training is definitely warranted to bring all the elected members in the audit committee on the same level of the understanding with this. I mean, it is quite some quite significant changes. So I think one of the recommendations you'll see will be that elected members receive further training as a collective on this, because it does have implications, and I do encourage you, if you haven't, definitely read more into it.
Thank you. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I think that quite often when you read in the local media, or just media, also local, it's that whistleblowers don't seem to have protection and seem to be the bad guy, the bad people, so to speak. And so I'm really pleased that in responding to the Whistleblowers Protection Act, that we've taken the attitude that we have, and that the people who are trying to do the right thing and bring things that perhaps are illegal or whatever are protected and supported, so that things can be brought out in the full light. So very good.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Nguyen.
I just want to make note of the notification process flowchart. It was really easy to understand and follow, and should be pretty useful if ever we need to use this tool. So I just want to bring that to your attention.
Okay. Thank you. Good observation. Any further debate? Deputy Mayor, do you wish to sum up? That concludes debate. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 15.3, General Purpose Financial Statements for year ended 30 June 2019. Recommendations on page 83, and a good use of the Audit Committee, as you'll see in the report. Somebody happy to move it in its current form? Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak to it?
So really a lot of information here. There's a pretty good graphic on, I had it a second ago, page Give me a sec. It's page 37, which is page 132 overall.
Okay.
32,
And the financial indicators graph. So this is a good representation of a bit of a trend over the last couple of years, and it shows that we're generally on track with where we intend to be. We've recognised and acknowledged the impact of the current borrowings, and it's made clear here that we expect a steady reduction, particularly the financial liabilities ratio, over the next few years once these borrowings have the lump in the snake have sort of passed us by. So I think that's a really good graphic, and if members of the public are interested in how we're doing, this is a good way to show that our projections, we're achieving outcomes which are in line with our projections, which in my mind means the staff is doing a good job of managing this part of our business, which is critically important. So I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to that page in particular.
Yep, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Pearce is happy to second.
I'm happy to second. I just wanted to ask a question for page 86 with the rates revenue increasing. Have we done any measurement to see what impact the apartment developments have had perhaps on that increase?
Sorry, on page
86 just mentions that the rates revenue has increased by 4.5%, or 4.4% to 1718 to 1920, 1819. Is there any measure or any data to show that what sort of impact the apartment developments have had?
Take the question, Director.
Not sure we've got to the page, so page 86.
Page 86, which paragraph?
Just talking about total operating revenue, 6.2.4 down the bottom.
Yeah. 6.2.4 involved total operating revenue.
Rates revenue at the bottom.
Yep. Through the chair, if the question is relating to rates revenue, that is what the rates that council has adopted to increase for the year, plus all the additionals and NRM levy. So is that what you're talking about? Sorry.
Yeah, I am, but what I'm asking is, have we got any data to
in terms of, no.
of what the apartment developments have brought to the city?
No, we don't have the data, but we have a report coming to council in the December council to actually dissect that part, and the director of business.
Through the chair, we'll have a much more detailed report on the apartments that have been developed, the ones that are in the under construction, and the ones that are in the future pipeline. And we'll be getting that report tomorrow, and we'll analyse that report, and Ginny's area will do some rates projections from that. So that'll be coming to the December council meeting.
From the chair, can I say not enough? For the amount that's happened has frustrated a few of us who have looked at this, that the flow of rates from new developments is very slow. If the new titles, as in going from one house to 20 apartments, hasn't been enacted prior to July 1, it still gets rated as one parcel until the following year. And the flow of the new titles has been much slower than we thought they would be. Last time I drilled into this, I thought it was in the order of $250,000, which, well, look at it, you'd think, well, that's not as much as I would have thought. But I look forward to receiving the report to try and button this down, and that's why we've raised that 1% issue and asked for that report to come to us twice a year to get exactly that answer.
Okay.
That should be coming in December. Anything further as a seconder? Councillor Backer had a question.
Yeah, just a question. Look, it's about liabilities. It's also, I suppose, a personnel thing as well.
Page number, if you can.
Sorry, not specific to the page, but I was looking at superannuation and liabilities. Sort of people that have leave banked up, is that displayed anywhere in these documents at all? So obviously with the building of the building, I'd assume that it's probably a lot of people done over time and that kind of thing. Anyway.
Director, leave liabilities, do they appear anywhere? Well, I guess the question is, are they extraordinary at the moment?
They are not extraordinary. They appear in our balance sheet, which is under our current and long-term liability. So it comes as a provision. So what would be the total liability be if everybody cash out their entitled leave at a point in time? So we will make allowance, whether it's within the next 12 months or what is it. So they appear in our balance sheet under the provision of it.
Through you, Chair, as the incoming CEO, I'm working on getting leave down. There's some reasonably healthy balances, and just as part of hygiene, we need to start make people. I mean, for their sake and for our sake.
Because it's more. It wasn't just the financial. It's also
it's about getting them down. I mean, we do have some long service leave things there, and we do have some annual leave, and it's constant hygiene. It's one of the things that I've talked to our ELT about, that we do need to manage it. Now, there have been a lot of people who've got a lot of time, and there's, you know, we are carrying a burden, but the fact is we just need to simply keep asking people to take leave when it's reasonable, and we do need to get those balances down as part of just sensible financial management. And of course, because people need to take it.
I'd give them Christmas Day off if I were you, CEO, but we can't direct you that way.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah, well, I just take it as a comment, an offhanded comment. Any further questions, Councillor? Wish to speak to the item? Any further debate on the item? Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I noticed there was mention about the Natural Resource Management Levy, and I note that despite the best efforts of the OGA, I remember reading some of the latest OGA president's newsletter, and just saying that the state government still tends to collect it through us. So I'm hoping that won't have too much of a an impost again on our financials. And so, just a comment.
Yes. The LGA worked very, very hard at getting the crossbenchers to support changes to the Act to get the state government to collect their own tax under their own mechanisms. And at the last minute, one of the minor parties withdrew from that agreement, which is unfortunate. There have been, I think, some changes to enable councils to write off Natural Resource Management Levy debt where it's owed, not paid. Previously, councils had to pay it, whether it had been collected or not. So there has been a slight win, but it's a minor win. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. Anything further on this item, 15.3? If not, Deputy Mayor, do you wish to sum up?
Thanks.
Concludes debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Item 15.4, first budget review, 2019-2020, recommendations on page 147. Always comprehensive. Someone wish to move it in its current form.
I'll move it.
Councillor Pearce, wish to speak to it?
Yeah, a great report, and the deficit's been reduced, which is all summed up in the report, so it's very comprehensive.
Is that the end of your excellent speech?
That is the end of my excellent speech.
Yeah, do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, wish to speak to it?
Just one point on page 146 on the table, the operating surplus ratio is a negative positive outcome, I believe, with a downward red arrow, which could also be a sort of green tick because it's kind of a good outcome as opposed to red typically means not a good outcome. So I just wanted to make sure we're all clear on that. Iconography.
Made it crystal clear.
Yes, thanks so much there,
Deputy Mayor. Right man for the job.
Yeah. I think value already. End of mine. Excellent. Seconding.
Thank you for your contribution tonight. Any further debate on this item? Councillor De Backer.
Just on page 164, with one of the projects, mobile access for field staff. That might be a question for the Director of Infrastructure. So it was basically to mobile access for Civica. So I think this is what we're getting back to with reporting things. So obviously, I'm guessing if you're out on the road and you're doing one particular job, but you recognise something else needs done. So for example, when we're checking our developments and there's vacant blocks of land with lots of grass growing in them, that we can actually, I'm assuming, log those jobs. But that's not till March. Any reason why it's is it to do with our software?
Looks like it, but I'll check. CEO to somebody.
CEO to the Director of Corporate.
Through the chair, we are delivering quite a few IT projects based on our IT strategies. We are about to upgrade our authority system, our corporate system, probably in February. And meanwhile, we have quite a few projects planned, and that is the earliest that we can plan for, which is March. It is purely because, and we've just finished, we're still finishing off all the electrical, all the IT stuff with Payindi. We're done with that. So now we start moving, planning for our projects. That is the reason why.
So it's our constraint, not somebody else's. Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor? Councillor Ripp?
Well, I just got in, did I? All right. Just wanted to just get a clear picture and understanding. So obviously on page 146, where we're looking at, so it's positive that we're reducing our debt by 150,797, but mainly it's obviously just due to circumstances, because obviously low interest. So we're borrowing at a better time. We're paying less interest. So that's great. But where it says, the first budget review also forecasts council's net surplus position to increase by 2.47 million. So it started obviously at a net deficit of 213,315 to a net surplus of 2.26 million from asset sales. Can you just give an explanation? Is it a good position to be in? Obviously we've sold a couple of assets, we've brought in cash, but is that sustainable, in the long term, because obviously seeing it, a net surplus position with that figure looks great on paper, but if it's just that we've got to sell off assets to get to that point, that mightn't be so healthy. So just to get some understanding from the staff administration around that, please.
Through the chair, the first figure, it looks like our day-to-day results. How do we perform our day-to-day result? And the projected net surplus, that 2.2 million, that is because we have envisaged some asset sale last financial year that did not eventuate and is carried forward to this year. So we are projecting asset sale for this financial year. So that is a positive result, which is below the day-to-day operating result. And then the third figure, which is the net borrowing result, what that is saying is how can council fund all its operation? Can council fund it? Does it need borrowing, or can it fund it within its own fund? As it says, net borrowing position is no, council can't fund it all to the tune of 3.98, and then we will match that with borrowing, we'll match that with grant income, etc. So that is the position in a nutshell. We are 150,000 more favourable than what we have budgeted.
That's no, that's fair. Okay, thank you.
Yes, it's worth dwelling a little bit. This is actually a very complicated budget review report. On the surface, it looks nice and simple, but it's not because of the asset sale and a couple other things.
So from the previous financial year, that makes sense.
Kind of. The one to look at is the operating budget in terms of your question, are we sustainable? That's the day-to-day operating number. And as the Deputy Mayor quite rightly pointed out, it's a negative result, but it's a better negative result than the budget that was set. So we're getting back more on track. But the last 2 years, including the one in the previous report or so that we just signed off on, we had surpluses. So on balance, we're doing quite well in terms of viability. But we've got a huge project running through us at the moment and a massive asset sales, which just tend to knock the numbers around. So you've got to avoid being distracted by that. Correct. At the end of the day, you look at your net assets versus liabilities, and this building is now worth a lot of money. The previous building was worth less money. We've sold land next door, which was our asset, and now it's turned into cash. So if all those things kind of get you worried, please come in and talk to the staff just to settle down your thinking about those things, because they're large lumps of money. But in terms of sustainability, always look to the operating result. That's the one better for long-term thinking. Sorry, the long-winded answer. But,
Anything further?
No,
Councillor?
that's good.
Deputy Mayor had a question because you've already spoken to the item.
Oh, sorry. I did have one question, if that's...
It's a brief question.
It is, yeah. The strategic plan development is a budget of $30,000 allocated for that. What's the intention behind that? Are we hiring consultants to do that, or is there a big party planned, or how are we going to spend that money?
We hope to save some money on that. I mean, yes, there is an allocation for a consultant. My feeling is that we as the executive leadership team, typically in a corporate situation, the senior management team brings a draft, a strategic plan to a board, in this case the council, to pressure test and to challenge. We think we can deliver that without using external consultants. We also think that we can probably do a better job in many ways because we know it. We intend to make sure that the budget is spent wisely in terms, because there'll be publication, there'll be consultation, all those things. But in terms of using external consultants, we don't intend to at this stage, unless after the council has gone through the process, you suggest that that's a good idea. I hope that wouldn't be the case. I hope that we'd actually achieve that. So yeah, the short answer is no. We're not at this stage. We're not planning to hire external consultants. We're hoping to bring a compelling draft for discussion. Probably, we hopefully at an off-site with elected members and the ELT, probably February, March, and to probably take a day and a half to go through that and some other key issues. So that's what the plan is, and certainly some of that can be support that budget in terms of expanding.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And further debate? No, I had a question from the chair again. The street lighting rebate we're going to get from SAPN, it's on page 152. We're anticipating a refund of about 130,000. I appreciate it's not in this one because we haven't had the final settlement number to us, but the SAPN have agreed to a $13 million rebate because they've had to admit they've been overcharging us, which is a very nice return. And thanks to the LGA for spending 5 years chasing it through the process, which I could say is an indictment of the process. The question is two parts. First, please take on notice and let us know we are listed as one of the councils that didn't support the initial legal action, and I can't understand why we wouldn't, and I don't remember us saying that we wouldn't. Would someone look into why that's the case and let us all know? Sure. Because the LGA is saying quite rightly, if you want to share the dividend, you've got to share the costs, and that's fair enough. But I don't know why we didn't participate, so if you can tell us. And secondly, has there been any thought given to what we do with that $130,000? And of course, upgrading our street lighting springs to mind. But have the staff given any other thought to what we might do with that?
Thank you, Chair. We'll certainly come back on that first question because it does seem remarkable that we wouldn't have supported it. I've had discussions with the LGA, and of course we'll be paying our reasonable pro rata share. That would be with the indulgence of us, I presume. Well, I think that's correct. With the indulgence of the council, one assumes that we would pay. It won't be very much.
$5,000,
something like that. And it would be probably churlish of us not to pay. The net coming back, say it's in the order of $130,000. We'd like to put some things to council. We don't get opportunities like this very often, and we are talking about some big audacious goals and some projects that if we could fund. We appreciate that the council's perhaps first feeling would be to immediately return that to a direct outcome, perhaps LED lighting or rate reduction. What we would like to come back as for management and say this is a rare opportunity for us to take some of that money and put it to one side and do things we would never normally do. And I'd take an example with your indulgence, Chair. We're talking about different kinds of urban design, whether we'd run an urban design competition that would be internationally relevant. And it would be internationally relevant because we'd scope it out and we'd put a prize, a substantial prize. That's not the kind of opportunity that small councils get very often. Just think outside the square and do something exciting and internationally and nationally relevant and put us on the map in a branding sense. That would be one interesting project. The other one is we've talked a lot about a rebrand, talking about the logo, talking about, you know, a branding campaign for who we are and what we want to achieve. And those don't come cheap, but you can do it very effectively with not a great deal of money. And there are some issues around our strategic plan to attract the French Quarter here. Once again, a small amount of that money could go a long way. So it may well be that council feel that there could be a direct return to the ratepayers in short order across a number of things that the Mayor's spoken to me about. I would ask council to consider this a rare opportunity. This is a windfall for us to put something aside to be able to fund some of the things that we've talked about as more audacious projects that will help our brand and the brand that we want to be as a city. So without putting any detail on the table tonight, Chair, we certainly would hope that the council would consider that rare opportunity with this windfall to look at those issues.
Okay, but those options and the boring ones as well will come to us for a decision.
Yes,
okay. Yeah, at December, I presume, or
happy to do that.
Yes. Thank you. Right, any further discussion on this item? Councillor Pearce, do you wish to sum up?
Nothing.
That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Discussion. Item 15.5, review and update of existing policy. As I understand it, we'll see some policies come to us at virtually every council meeting. There are 2 tonight. Someone happy to move the recommendation on page 171. Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I'm very pleased to see this because I must admit I used to get a bit, well, annoyed's a stronger word to use, but when I go through and try and, you know, find things on our council website and look at policies, perhaps in responding to, you know, residents' inquiries or my own information, and find that they're so out of date. So I'm very pleased to see this process, and also to that there's a mechanism to make sure it all happens, and hopefully we'll get to a point where we won't have any that really so, you know, old in the tooth, so to speak. So I'm really pleased about that aspect. Now, I do refer to the flying flags protocol. Honestly, doesn't bureaucracy really slow us down? Doesn't it really take up staff time in doing all this stuff with flags and Lord knows what else? So just keeping in mind that we've got the LGA the general meeting coming up, and I think there's been a call for you know, some things. So I'm just flying the flag about that we at Prospect Council might have a chat with our staff about asking the federal and the state government reviewing protocols around flying flags, because, you know, there are a whole lot of things there that I know they're steeped in a lot of tradition to do with war and things like that, but, you know, perhaps just a little avenue there where we can just reduce a bit of bureaucracy and the cost, etc. So I'm moving.
Thank you. And I just asked, just to confirm that you're moving what's on the screen. My apologies, I didn't point out the extra bit in yellow because the policy refers to having 2 sets of flag poles. That currently we just have 1. So the other set's not far away. Thank you, Councillor Barnett. Do I have a seconder? Mayor, who should speak to it?
Yes, it's good to see that we've got a plan for reviewing policies, and given that the implications of certain policies change more frequently than others, maybe it's an opportunity to do a review, and instead of having an even, we review each policy once every term, we review which ones we need to review more frequently. given certain things that are happening more quickly in the outside world and they change more rapidly. So if that's something we could wind into the approach, but it is great to see that we've got a regular plan to bring these to the table to review on a regular basis.
Any further debate? Councillor De Backer?
Yeah, it's around flags, slightly unrelated, but I was looking for flags in civic spaces, of which we have none, and we don't have a monarch either, and I've had complaints. So foreshadowing perhaps a motion to the next council meeting. Would that be held in another policy, or do all flags can come under one policy?
Good question. CEO.
Just a flag. Just to flag the question. Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify the question. So we have a legislative obligation to put up 4 flags. I'm not aware of any. We have our government's office in the room. Any other legislative obligation to fly flags?
I'm not aware of one.
So I'm just clarifying the question.
So
Are you thinking of coat of arms type things within the council?
So there's traditions. So for example, we had a prayer, and now we have a pledge, and we consulted with the community on that. So when we've gone from our previous civic centre to this one, there hasn't actually been a consultation with our community, and obviously there's a sensitivity, whichever way your thinking is, around the display of flags, being a civic space and a tradition in that, and having a picture of the monarch. Now, like I said, only because it's sensitive, I guess I don't know if we're going to have a look at as a policy or a protocol about how we do that and how we're consulting with our community, and if it would be in the same one or if it's a separate issue that we deal with a separate motion and protocol.
Thank you for clarifying that. Through you, Chair. This policy sits alone because of our statutory obligation. We're aware of the sensitivities around a picture of the monarch. We, as you know, we don't have a chamber per se anymore. We have this room, which is a multi-purpose room for the community. Our concern in putting any of those items around is possibly damage. The decision council made is that this is a place for the community, the children to run and free and play, and it's not that we're in any way seeking not to have references to the monarch and flags. It's a question in a very modern, well-designed building. We don't have a lot of spaces that would naturally lend themselves to having a permanent display that wouldn't be exposed potentially to damage, which is the last thing we'd want. We can certainly come back. I'm just thinking of
about relevance, just to draw us in. This item's about a flag policy which is particular to 7 flagpoles outside the building. I think the short answer is the policy is not intended to cover those issues that you've raised.
Yeah. But it may come back in another motion. It's just, it is, the way you think, whatever, a bit like pledges and prayers and things like that, I think it's a consultation. There is lots of sensitivities around it. So I'm just flagging it to let you know that might be something that comes back in the next council meeting.
Okay, any further debate on this item? There being none, Councillor Bunnett, just to sum up?
No.
That concludes debate. All those in favour? Against? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 15.6 we've dealt with. Item 15.7, appointment of a director to the Eastern Waste Management Authority Board. And I note that we have the CEO of the Eastern Waste Management Authority here, Rob Gregory, sitting here waiting patiently for our confidential matter. We'll get to hopefully today. I'm sure we will. I'm very confident we will. This item 15.7 is an appointment of the director. The recommendation is there before you. Somebody happy to move as it's presented. Councillor Ripp, I think I saw just first. Wish to speak to it? No. Councillor Barnett, happy to be seconder?
I'll second it, yes, but no, I have no contact.
Speak to it, no. Any further debate? There being none, that concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Bradley. Item 15.8, Planning and Design Code Heritage and Character Statements.
recommendations on page 209. Hesitant here. I have some comments I wish to make around this. Do other people have some comments they wish to make? I think it might be worthwhile suspending meeting procedures to allow those to flow a bit more freely until 9:30. To seek your indulgence to suspend meeting procedures to 9:30. All those in favour? Against? They are thus suspended. Councillor Tobacco, Alison, I saw your hand go up. So if you wish to ask questions or make suggestions?
Couple of things. So I'll just brief people on this. So my understanding with the code when it came out, it was supposed to come with some heritage and character statements in it, and now the work's being done by council. Would that be correct? Yep. So I noticed that we're doing a heritage and character survey study. Is that in part we're funding part of what the state should be doing anyhow?
Not really. We were planning on doing, and from about 2 or 3 years ago, the heritage and character work to inform our position on the code, whether it had everything in it or not everything in it. It's only been, I guess, a little bit more opportune now that we've done so much work in that space, where we can jump at this opportunity where the state haven't done what we thought they were doing the right things for us. We're now well armed to say, well, this is where we think we need to head, and we can respond as quickly as they've given us, which is about that sort of 3-week turnaround. Yes, it's not really a funding issue in that we were already going down that path to prepare ourselves for the code, whether we could input this way or at the end of consultation.
So with the turnaround is kind of ridiculous to do that amount of work for people that maybe haven't had a heritage and character survey study going on. How closely are we working with, say, Adelaide councils or other councils to say, well, who's doing this best and who's wording this best to get a better outcome?
In short, we don't have a lot of discussion with Adelaide City Council around development plan policy. Whilst there are some similarities with some of the character issues of North Adelaide, we generally have the discussions in the Eora region. Norwood, Burnside, Unley share a lot more of the issues that we cope with. Do we share character studies? We provide information on what we're doing. They provide information on what they're doing. They're not necessarily well aligned or well overlapped because, and as we've talked about many times, prospect is prospect. Unley is Unley. They have a lot more tutors than us, with a lot more villas and bungalows than them, and that's part of the nuancing of character. So it's not a heap of shared work. There's a fair bit of shared knowledge. It's not a heap of shared work. It does occur in the character space because most councils refer to it as something a little bit unique to their areas. And it seems that this move from the state to allow each council to provide this is also an acknowledgement that prospect is different to Unley, as an example, which is not really the language that John Rao had when this started.
So getting down to nuts and bolts, so having a look at Adelaide City Council's heritage, they've got different zones, but when they were talking about their, I guess, concerns or the nuancing, there wasn't a lot of detail around fences. So certainly with us, I think that's a huge impact. We're seeing like the big 2 metre fences go up, and I think what we've provided in our statements don't really talk to that. Just says low fences. It doesn't actually say, I'm not saying everything has to be brush fences, but it's sort of in keeping with the style of the house. And you're like, well, so I think there's some sensitivities around that. And also because we still have in many of what we look at as our character or heritage overlays or whatever the terminology is, you tend to have a lot of single story presentation. And again, you're getting a lot where you've got 2-story, which is totally acceptable in development type, but the whole 2 stories is facing the streetscape instead of being set back, and nowhere else in the development draft code does it talk about that. So one of the things Adelaide City Council is saying is actually embedding that in the in the information that you're giving them so that you can actually enforce it. Because if it's not in there, we can't enforce it.
No, I completely recognise some of the similarities and differences of Adelaide City example. The fencing one's an interesting one. We could certainly, and I've made a note of it here, and the recommendation allows us to sort of add some issues throughout the week or through tonight. Fencing is important. A lot of what we see as fencing is not development, so it is a little bit more difficult to control in that a fence up to 1.8 metres in height on a front boundary, unless it's brick, is not development. So there are some challenges around that, and I note the language used by Adelaide City for the single-storey presentation often refers to the buildings that are very close to the street, which then has that different appeal, and it's trying to pick up that cottage or that row cottage presentation, where you do see the modern interpretations of Samuel James Homes and a couple of others do them quite well, where there's that real low cottage presentation at the front, quite a generous rest of the home to the rear. But because they are 1 metre or 3 metres from the front boundary, they do present differently than the majority of Prospect, where we've got that 6+ metre setback, where it's harder. It's harder to and look, some of the areas are much more generous than that, and some are less. But the further back from the street you are, the harder it is to hide that second story in the same way as Adelaide City can do.
Well, no.
It is contentious stuff. I mean, I'm in a 2-storey house that has no setback.
No.
It's a box. Next to me is an 1890s house that has no second-storey setback. It's straight up. So I don't know where this idea has come from. It seems to me that more contemporary housing has a second-storey setback, which in my view does not fit our city. I think about the Mitchell Close houses that are not contemporary, the new ones. They're all 2-storey, straight up. Second story is above the bottom story, which matches the 2 stories that I can recall elsewhere. I'm trying to think of a more traditional one that has a second-storey setback. I can't.
So for example, if you've got somewhere like Clifton Street or whatever, if you're actually going to build a 2-storey in there, that it still presents as single-storey, and then the bulk is set to the back.
But I think we probably need to do a better job of explaining that, as in the, well, I don't put words in your mouth, but the single-storey presentation of the street should not be disturbed by a 2-storey house. The house should present as a single-storey house. If it has a second story, it doesn't change the front of it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a very different issue, because what people are interpreting that as is they set it back 1 metre and suddenly it's okay because it's set back. And that's not what I think they're saying. No. So I think that needs to be tidied up.
The one significant 2-storey house on top of Clifton Street on the northern side is a 2-storey straight up. I believe it's one on top of each other.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah. So I think this is issue. If you want to build a traditional 2-storey house, I would say that it's a straight up gable on top of a bottom room. If you want to maintain a single-storey streetscape, that's a different matter.
Yes, that's when, and this is the thing. Pictures are stronger than words, and I've always said this. And because this is to be embedded in the draft, which is woeful because it doesn't even have page numbers, to go to our community, and we're not going to have anything supporting it. We have to be really clear about what we're asking for. I mean, I'm certainly no wordsmith, but I just want to make sure that we're getting the best outcomes, because certainly, I mean, you could do an analysis. You can look at all the valley roofs. You can tell which ones are single-storey, because that's got that roof type, you know. So I'm sure some clever bots at the planning can actually determine, you know, what's good, and the majority of single-storey. And I would say it has to all say the same, but it's the streetscape that people are responding to.
We had a discussion with Planning SA, who are out with us today, the CEO and one of the state commissioners who were enough to come and see us. We had exactly this discussion about imagery. The CEO is contemplating putting sketches in, but was resistant to us when we suggested we'd like photographs in. My view is we should show them the photographs we want in and say this is what we want. So I think if people have got photographs, they should supply them to the staff to say this explains what you're talking about. Yeah. Because that issue about second-storey setback is best demonstrated by a pictorially, so it's not misinterpreted. Christina?
Yes. Yeah, I think, you know, this is certainly our golden opportunity. We've got the invitation there and we're taking it up. So I think we go for broke because, I mean, we should be putting in our AMBIT claim knowing that it's most probably going to be a bit, you know, watered back.
I do too.
Yes. And so I think certainly about fencing, I think it's more like the design, isn't it, which is separate to the actual Fences Act, except for the fact that there's some like for like if you know, blah, blah, blah. But if we look closely, I think, at the Fences Act and try and get as much as we can to support looking, you know, at more the heritage style fencing, which suits. And also the fact that, like in our strategic planning and that, we're always talking about, you know, how much we will love each other and neighbourly, and we want, you know, for safety aspects, being able to move safely, and yet just about, you know, a whole lot of all these, build all these big, tall, high fences and whatever, which are against that. So I think certainly in fencing styles could be, you know, an area that we're looking at.
Yeah. Look, I think it is a good point, and I think we'll go away during the course of this week before Friday to work out what we can say, recognising that Fences Act has some implications, particularly in relation to side and rear fences, and the fact that certain fences are not developed, so therefore can't be controlled no matter what we say. But we'll certainly, so the ones that are, which is everything with a brick pillar over a metre, which is a lot of what we're talking about, but that's where we'll have an ability to influence.
Yeah, and also brings to mind in Flora Terrace where there's an Undercroft car park and the two-storey house, which is, you know, if we're talking about the, you know, Flora Terrace and Bina or whatever, so I think, you know, that could perhaps be, you know, one of the anonymous type examples of photographs where you wouldn't want this in a character overlay area, you know. So just trying to think.
I would agree with that example.
Yes.
We don't see many of those.
Yeah, yeah, and also because of the you know, obvious change since the area was settled, you know, with the lime kilns and limestone and brick and stone, whatever, because now with the tilt-up concrete process. But there are, you know, and I think some of the architects that are worth their salt, they're most probably about to count on your hand where that's happened in Prospect, particularly with apartment builds, whereby, you know, you can have modern ones that they put on that make it look, you know, a bit more closer to our stone and brick, you know. So somehow keeping in, you know, I guess it's in what we're hoping to have more of, perhaps in a, you know, a proper guide to people, is like where, you know, you can get these, and like, because when, you know, I was trying to do stuff decades ago, you couldn't get a roll roof. You had to get it from Melbourne. But now, it's, you know, you can get it here. So about some supply and demand of these, you know, products as well. I mean, that's to do with this, but if we're trying to encourage people, well, how do we make it easier for them?
Just cognizant of time, we've got about a minute left out of formal procedures. The recommendation talks about providing any comments to staff within the week. I suggest those who've got comments do so. If you want to go for broke, then get it in. If it looks overwhelming, the staff will make a choice about whether it gets sent Friday or Monday or Tuesday or whatever, but get the comments in. If your comments are, I know what I don't like, but I don't know what I do like, then see if you can distill that down somehow, but please have a look at these and apply them to streets or areas that you're in. From my point of view, I do look at the ones for the 560 and 350 and 450 areas, and I think they're pretty good. It does use, under the section architectural features, it refers to pitched roofs. And I had a chat with staff before. A pitched roof can be 1 degree, which essentially is a flat roof. So I think we need to be a bit more defined and try and say a pitched roof to match the dominant pitch in the street, or a pitch of 27 degrees, or something that says what we mean, and it can't be interpreted by someone clever as, you know, a flat roof with a slight pitch. And with the materials and colour finishes, the sandstone to reds and bluestone and grey tones might be too tight. So I'm not sure how we deal with that. But there are some things in here I think need some tweaking. I do acknowledge it does talk about fences being open and low. I think that's important in the main for the reasons that Christina, you spoke about. And it does talk about 1 and 2 story dwellings with vertical proportions consistent with traditional dwellings. So I think we need to be careful about that use of language. What do we mean by the word traditional? And if we talk about existing, then existing might mean the next to a block of flats. So what does that mean? And that gets us in trouble. So those words are really, really important. So
and I think
we've got no time left, but I was just saying, can you get your comments in to the staff? I don't think we're going to wordsmith it here. And to note, there's a meeting of the SBDPC meeting committee on Thursday, which is a great place for us to also bring some comments to it. So unless there's email the director, he's saying, any comments? I'll just bring us back into formal procedures, and item 15.8 is there before us, recommendations on page 209, noting that recommendation encourages more feedback after this meeting, but before the end of the week. Sorry? Actually, it doesn't say a time frame, but that's the intention. Yeah. Councillor?
I was going to move an amendment to include a time frame. So will you actually do that?
The deadline is
Sorry, Director, the deadline is?
The deadline is Friday anyway, from the state.
So it will be sent off by Friday?
Email Friday. Should say that.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I think it's actually, because the thing is I can send a comment, but it's at the staff's discretion whether they include it.
Correct.
So if I need to get anything in here, I need to do it now. Would that
Best.
be right? Okay, so I had sent something through to the director to come up to go into the motion.
So there's no motion yet, there's a recommendation. So I'll ask if someone wants to move it to get it on the floor so that you can seek to amend it. Happy to move it?
Yes, I'll move it for discussion, sake of
We
discussion.
speak to it at this point. Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Nguyen, we should speak to it.
You know, this is a great opportunity for us to get in and, you know, use the language and be more specific about what it is that we want to see. And I think it's important to have, you know, not sketches, but pictures. This is it. So there's no room for interpretation. So this is a good opportunity for us to, you know, get our feet in there and, you know, say, this is what we want.
Thank you. Councillor De Backer.
Yeah, so there was wording sent to me, and I thought it would be up on the screen, so my apologies.
You can put this wording up on the screen if you'd like.
Yeah, you can.
Any? Is that the bottom?
Yeah.
So that's the bottom paragraph, I think, through you, Jim.
Starting with the word additional?
Yeah.
Additional issues to be addressed in the so include the appearance of two-story dwellings to the streetscape, where the dominant character is single-story dwellings. Dominant.
Yeah, dominant character is single level. Yeah, okay.
Because it was, you know, I mean, I've sat in council meetings, council assessment panel meetings where that is clearly the dominant character, and there is no addressing that at all. So if I can at least capture that in this, I know that if the support around the table that that's included, and certainly, so that's I'd like to move to amend it, and can I speak to it formally?
I'm happy to ask them who the seconder if they wish.
Yeah.
So your choice whether you want to speak before I ask them that or
In which way? Or Can I speak now?
Sure, it's your suggested amendment. I think you're pretty right. I think they'll incorporate it, but
And it was just briefly to say that I know Robin Pierce was at my presentation where I did some illustrations, and maybe Robin might want to choose to speak to it as part of the motion, if you think that kind of illustration would be useful to follow through, send through, and if that needs to be incorporated in the motion. So, because we're saying, yes, we'd like some pictures, but if we don't have it in the motion, then the council may choose not to do it. So I could maybe move to amend it to say, and illustrations just
including pictorial demonstrations.
sounds good to me.
Look at that.
Mr. the Chair, I'm not quite sure exactly where this sits in the title of the motion. Is it does it follow on from public consultation?
Yeah, thank you, CEO. The question is where you want this to sit as an amendment.
Must be a third point, can't it?
Well, it's got additional notes, so it might be something,
No,
additional notes instead of issues.
And then you could do.
I think it'd be best to have it as a part 3, to be frank, and hard to look at how hard to have it inserted in there. I would just say that the council's submission include I'm just trying to think.
The appearance of.
Include addressing the appearance of two-storey dwellings. Yeah, and get rid of all the words in front of the appearance, back to addressing. Yep.
Your indulgence.
Councillor, you happy with that?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Council's submission, Council with an apostrophe and an S. Thank you. I'll now seek whether the mover and second are happy to incorporate.
Yes, very happy.
Councillor Barnett is. Councillor Nguyen, happy to incorporate that change. Now seek leave of the meeting to incorporate the change. All those in favour? Against? Thus incorporated. Councillor Back, you probably have 30 seconds left if you need us.
No, absolutely fine.
Thank you. Do you have any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Pearce.
Just one thing I want to raise. They had that forum that Alison attended, was on the panel. There's a lot of comment on the timing here. Like, is there any pushback where you can have to, a lot of people saying we need longer time. Is that set in stone? This, like these submissions got to be in by, sorry, the consultations the 28th of February, and then they want to roll this out on 1 July 2020.
So it is a simple question. Yes. It's a complicated answer. Correct?
Yeah, through the chair, the entire process of rolling out the PDI Act has continually faced questions around other timeframes movable, of which I think every council has asked for at some point or another. The general response from Deputy and the Minister has been the timeframes are fixed and they won't be amended. I do note that a private member's bill has been logged into the upper house from Mark Parnell, requesting references to the 1 July date be removed, therefore allowing some further time. That's obviously subject to a whole lot of discussion going forward. Until that progresses, we don't know. I think at this point we continue under the assumption that the 28th of February is fixed and the 1st of July is fixed, unless advised otherwise. The good that we have in relation to this is that the state are willing to amend the consultation version of the code during consultation. Quite an odd move when you think about it, but it is what they are doing. So we, as council, will be able to provide this information of the character statements, that then it's inserted into the code while it's still live. It's live today, so while it's still live for consultation, and then everybody has an opportunity, including us again, to put in the submission by 28 February on whether or not we got it right when we put in our words in the next week.
Anything further?
No, that's that explains.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Barnett?
Just to comment following up the director's comments is that we actually then have two bites at the cherry because we have this one and then we have the next public consultation. So just keeping that in mind, and then if anything else occurs to any of us or from our residents, well then there's another opportunity.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against it is carried unanimously. Thank you. Next on the agenda, item 15.9, City of Prospect Annual Report, page 2018-2019, and recommendations on page 232. Someone happy to move it in its current form? Councillor Ripps, wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Seconder? Deputy Mayor, wish to speak to it?
No, thanks.
Further debate? I just like to say it, excellent forward. Any further debate? So you need to sum up? You got through. Councillor Tobacco?
I did actually read the forward and I read the whole report. It actually read really well. It's very clear. Whoever's doing the formatting, the graphics, the only thing I would like is captions on the pictures, and then you'd miss the I out of Pisoni. So there's a few little typos to go through.
I out of?
Minister.
Which is kind of important.
Forget that.
Oh, gosh. I'm tired.
Is it PS, I mean, or
PIS.
is on?
Thank you. I know you've all read it. If any of you have got some other little typos, the recommendation does permit those changes to be forwarded to the staff, but please do it quickly. They'll be very grateful. It's always better to hear them first than...
And to see them printed.
Yeah. Well, we don't print it anymore, do we? I don't think we've printed one for years. No. Have any further debate? No? Councillor Ripps, any need to sum up?
No, they were excellent speeches. No need to sum up.
All those in favour? Yes, it's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 15.10, the 2019 Prospect Spring Fair Summary. The recommendations on page 235. Councillor Ripps, happy to move it?
Yes.
Wish to speak to it?
Yes, please. I just want to thank the staff for an excellent spring fair. I thought they did a great job, particularly considering the trying weather conditions in the lead up to it and the erratic weather conditions as well. No, absolute credit to them. They were really helpful on the day too. I saw the staff going around, volunteers going around, particularly with the windy conditions on the morning, offering to help people that were struggling to set their stands up. I thought it was a great example of teamwork from the staff, so please pass on my thanks for that. I actually really enjoyed having a stand, and I plan to do it again next year. I thought I'd trial it, having a councillor stand just to see if people come and give feedback, and I had a few hundred come on the day, about 100 presenting with the flyer that I distributed before the event, coming up to raise issues, as well as decided just to run a bit of a designer bag competition, and so that way if you're talking to parents, kids can make their bag, and that went off and really enjoyed it. So I thoroughly enjoyed the event, and I know from speaking to other councillors who were part of the council stand as well, they were saying to me they had some really good engagement with people. I'm happy to hear that we had about, again, over, I think it was 100 stalls. I think a couple had to pull out on the day just due to the wind and the weather in the morning, but I think that makes total sense. But, you know, I'm not surprised that in reading the report, it was pretty much how I felt on the day. My wife and I were talking at the end of the day, and she said to me, what do you think about, you know, the amount of people that came through for the fair? And I said, well, funny enough, I felt that it was low from 9 to 11, but it was about the same from funny enough, reading the report, it backs up sort of the feel that it was low attendance for that 9 to 11 due to the weather, and it picked up during the day when the weather got better. So to have still nearly 6,000 go through for the day, I think is an excellent result, and 7,500 last year. Again, it was just that weather in the morning, but the variety of stalls were good. I spoke to people that thought that the actual variety of stalls that the staff were able to attract was excellent on the day as well, and there was plenty of activities for families to enjoy. So I thoroughly endorse this report and recommendations, and congratulations again to the team.
Thank you. Have a second for that?
Yeah,
Mr. Harris, would you speak to it?
Yes, a couple of things. I enjoyed Councillor Ripp's stall. I went over there and had a lot of information and knew exactly where I was. I thought I was bit panicky because I went there Friday night and didn't even get out of the car because of the weather. I thought, I was going to use the wrong word there, but the poor people that were flat out, that's our staff, volunteers and people run the stores, and they all deserve medals. I have to say that I had 3 people that were local on that side of the barbed wire that said, can you have it on another day because there are other fates that are on, and I gave them a word. I said I will raise that, but you might not get much support because it fits in with the cricket and that. But so I'm actually raising we should, when we're doing the date, just have a look at other fates and fairs that are on that day in the local area that concern local people, because they were local people that approached me. I think, and I'm hoping the way this reads is, because this was the 3rd year, which is a trial, so in this we're saying that we will continue it there. Our parking blokes, while they have parking people, while they have to be nice, a lot of mirrors were actually clipped in the area with cars driving around, particularly the further side streets, that people parked on both sides of the road, and you couldn't get a semi-trailer through there, but some people tried. There's not going to be much we can do about that. That's just going to be a fact of life, and such it is. It's not a bad thing. But I was very pleased, and particularly the workmanship that went in and some of the performances. The Aboriginal performances again were excellent, that fitted in. The different culture ones we had was excellent. The mayor's speech up the end, I'm not too sure what that was like because I couldn't hear him where I was standing, and I wasn't actually standing that far away, but that was just the way it is, because then a little 4-year-old kid got up and sang. I could hear him quite well. So it might have been just your voice, David. I'm not too sure, but
you press the let me down.
You have to sing.
But I'm very pleased. I little bit, and I had the year before, and it was a rush around, and I had a quick question this year, and it was fixed fairly quick. The opposite, can't say that word, the visual of sort of St. John's people around, particularly the year before, but also a little bit this one, because I had 2 incidents that need them, and we had good staff that run around and helped. I think the year before, one of them sitting here, responded, but unfortunately these big sort of things, they're the type of, I don't know, there might be private ones as well, but you know, we should speak to the St. John's people close at hand, and we might get a help. But I'd give it a great 90%, great success, and hopefully it's next year. And the only last thing is, for counting the 100-year celebration up there, that was the year before. So out of the 4, we sort of start off with 2 bad weather days and 2 good days. So let's hope 5 and 6 are good weather days. But thank you again very much to the people that put it on.
Any further debate? Sort of back it? No, I'm working through it, doing my job.
Yeah, so again, I'd just like to thank all the staff and volunteers for making it a great day. I was on 2 stalls on the day. And look, I do love these reports for what we do well, but I always like to drill down into some of the surprising information. And one of the things that I took from it was about the marketing. So how did you find out about the event? 41% said it was clear the court loops. Now, that actually strikes me quite strongly with some of our communications with council at our entryways to the city and how we're doing our marketing. So obviously we've got Facebook and Instagram and that kind of thing, but you only get so much cut through because you have to pay for it.
Correct.
Now we've got some fantastic corners that we can do all kinds of things with, and this might be in our long-term strategic thinking, but again, this data shows how we're communicating with people for events or whatever. So I think that's just something to be mindful of. The other thing is I did volunteer on the staff strategic planning kind of stall, whatever you like to call it. Now, I think the idea of it was good, but I think the way it actually came together probably wasn't ideal. I think it would be best if we'd had our strategic thinking up there and images, and I'm really hoping that we've got some of our strategic planning images in time for the Twilight concerts in something that's engaging, because I think that we had a red dot, green dot, yellow dot system probably 2-3 years ago, really successful. So all these dots on dog parks, all these dots on trees, maybe a couple of dots on, more cafes on whatever. But I think that's a really effective way to get instant feedback and would work well at the Twilight concerts.
Yep, thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Pearce.
I was in the States, so I wasn't able to attend. But the stats are good where you show that the greater percentage of people were not from Prospect, and 50% was the first time they had been there, so that augurs well for the future. And reading the report, I got pretty excited when I saw that we had an improved Harris Trail experience. But then I realised it was Harris Real Estate, not ours.
I know. Well, Councillor Harris, are you setting it up, right?
Oh, that was good. Thank you, Councillor Pearce.
Well, it came just before the animal rides. Improved Harris Trail experience.
That's an excellent speech. The croquet, I speak from the chair, the croquet club really liked the camel rides, donkey rides, because parents put their kids on the camels and donkeys or whatever they were, and then they'd be there twiddling their thumbs, and the croquet people would say, how about you come and try some croquet while you're waiting for your child to come back? So I thought that was a bit of a winner for them. I think the report's excellent. I support it staying there, unless we've got a better idea. That's what I think should happen. It's obviously been the most successful it's been in years. I don't know the last time the fair in its previous location had 6,000 or 7,000 people at it. Maybe it did in its first years. I don't know, but it's certainly working well over there now. I can only hope that one day we can have bigger rides there that have more punch. That seems to be a bit of a sticking point. I think we're at the same time as the Mount Gambier show or something, so the big rides are off in the countryside. That's always a problem with the Showman's Guild. I thought there's stacks of stuff for kids. I really like the adventure stuff up the northern end. Bit of free organised free play. Anything you like out of these long sticks and rubber tyres, as long as it uses sticks and rubber tyres. I thought that was really good fun. So a lot of very similar looking things are made. Apart from one child who made a car. I thought was pretty cool. That was pretty creative. But I love the fact that kids stuff was spread around and it wasn't just in one location. In terms of signage, I probably don't think we've got that right yet. I think the signs we've had for 3 years, I find them very difficult to read. Yeah. The font's too small. Elected members have said, till we're blue in the face, don't use small font. Make sure it can be read by a car on the other side of a 4-lane highway, because that's where you're going to see it when you're sitting in the traffic lights. We keep seeing signage made by people who are sitting at computer screens reading it. Computer screen, please stop it. How many times I've said that? Can someone listen? Is someone listening? Please, somewhere?
I heard you.
Thank you. And after 3 years, I think it's time we can change the graphics, but it should be dead easy to read. And where they go, I agree with Councillor DeBacker. We've got plenty of prominent corners that can be exploited, provided the sign's easy to read from the other side of the traffic lights. Parking-wise, it was pretty tricky. I had a few people come and complain to me because people see me and they give me all their feedback. Most of it was good.
Yeah, but
most of it was good. But I agree with Councillor Harris. Because we've got so many people coming, the traffic problems are much bigger than at St Helens, where we had less parking, but now there's more people. So we might need to give that a bit of thought strategically in some of the streets around the place. But my wife parked on Hampstead Road. She said, no one's parked on Hampstead Road. It's completely free. It's the shortest distance from, any side street other than the ones immediately adjacent. And I thought that's pretty obvious.
Road trades.
No, we could probably ask some of our volunteers and staff to park on Hampstead Road to free up spaces elsewhere. And I thought there's ample parking on the site, and I didn't see it full all the time. So I think we can manage that better so it looks full. There were a few grumpy football club people who wanted to get the usual park and couldn't, and then saw that it was half empty and thought, what's going on here? So I think just encourage you to keep trying out things with that. But I really love the way that the staff keep mixing it up. It's not the same formula every year. I think it's important just to keep it fresh. I think it's important that stall holders don't get set in their ways about where their stall has to go being in the same place every year. I think it's good to just keep that fluid. So really support that. And I think the staff were just fantastic, and we pass on my thanks. How they managed to put up in that weather, the heat, and then the rain, and then the wind, and anyone who came on the day knew it was windy, but didn't see things rolling around and marquees going west and umbrellas tumbling, and I think I saw one umbrella fall over. Someone put it back up straight away. That's because the staff had worked overtime and really worked incredibly hard, pegging things down, weighing them down, and making sure that it was safe. And it's a credit to them that they did that without it looking like they were doing that. I know they did a huge amount of work, so you pass on my thanks for keeping us all safe. And it was a good deal of fun, so I really enjoyed it, and support the recommendation. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
As you all know, I've always been a strong supporter of moving the fair to springtime and to Broadview Oval, and I'm happy to see it successful in that location at that time of year, and us, taking on the challenge of the intermittent weather in springtime as opposed to the consistent weather in autumn. But anyway, one of the reasons that we moved from the old site to the new site was because I think we let the old Prospect Fair sort of wither and die to a degree. So no one wants to see that happen with this, because too much work has gone into it and it's been too successful. So I'd encourage the staff to make sure that they're looking at the right metrics to ensure that we're gradually improving and getting better, and it's becoming more successful each year as opposed to the other way. One of the indicators that we talked about, someone mentioned that 50% of people, that was their first time. So I'm not sure whether that means that we have a retention problem where people aren't coming back after the first year. So I'd like to see that as a metric to see if it's good enough, people will come back every year. So that's part of running a business, is that's an important thing. You're putting the work in, you get people across that, and then you have to work hard. You don't have to work as hard to get those people along, but that's only going to happen if we're doing something new, and it's refreshed constantly. So just a couple of thoughts, but congratulations to the team for delivering a great event. I look forward to making the journey across two main roads in the future to attend the fair for many years to come, hopefully.
You missed Howard Street 3.
Sorry.
Dear. Any further loaded speeches? Any further debate? Don't say that out loud. Yes, Councillor Webb.
I think not only staff did an incredible job, but volunteers, I think we should acknowledge their work. I mean, they don't get paid, and they were out there, wind, hail, rain, shine, they were there doing it. So huge, them, and if you could pass on, our thanks to that, that'd be great.
It will do. There's a function coming up, I think, to do that.
Yeah.
Any further debate? Not. Councillor Rips, any need to sum up?
I do, but just to do it if I can, with a quick question. Just wanted to check with the staff. They did receive a little bit of feedback on the day. Obviously,
Brown. No introducing new information, summing up.
That's why I'm asking a question.
So before you're summing up, you're asking a brief question.
Correct. So what was the feedback like from people on the time of the event? Because I did receive feedback on the day that people were happy with 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Some people wanted it to be more of an evening event. Some people wanted it to extend to, say, I had feedback to 4 p.m., 5 p.m., just to see what the thoughts were around that.
Through the chair, a little bit of varied feedback, as you can expect. The first year we tried 10 till 4 at Broadview. Busy at the site at about 9:30. Weather conditions were obviously quite good. So last year we moved it forward to 9 till 3. Again, that caused us to have a big crowd at 3 p.m. that only dissipated at 3:30, and we had the same issue this year. 9 till 3 works quite well in terms of the staffing and a volunteering point of view, in terms of getting the numbers of staff available and getting the stall holders in and out at reasonable timeframes. We have talked about a 9 till 4, just to try and just stretch that out a little bit. It can get harder for some of the older volunteers or the older stall holders, because they may not get off site until 5 o'clock. So as I said, the feedback is a little bit varied. I hadn't heard anything about the idea of an evening event. Makes it quite challenging with only football lights on the oval. But yeah, it's sort of this constant debate of 9 till 3 or 10 till 4, and 9 till 3 seems to be slightly better.
Put Queen on at 3:30.
3:30. And then you're now summing up, Councillor?
I'll sum up by saying there's no need to sum up.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now into reports for information, which under the protocol will only be debated if they're withdrawn for debate. So does anybody wish to withdraw item 16.1, items in brief? Councillor Barnett. 16.2, recycling audit and contamination reduction. Councillor De Backer. Item 16.3, planning and design codes metropolitan consultations. Anybody wish to withdraw that? No. Item 16.4, co-housing for ageing well project. Anybody wish to withdraw that? Nope. Item 16.5, the council assessment panel end of panel term report. Anybody wish to withdraw that? Councillor De Backer. Item 16.6, Space to Go facilities booking platform trials. Anybody wish to withdraw that one? Councillor De Backer. And item 16.7, Community Hub Library Innovation Centre, the Click penultimate monthly project update. Anybody wish to withdraw that?
Sorry.
So the back of you,
You're leaving there.
having withdrawn 4 items, she walks out. So does anybody wish to move on block? Item 16.3
Yes.
and 16.4, Councillor Ripp, no debate. We're moving on block, and seconded I hear Councillor Harris. There is no debate. All those in favour? Against, carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item 16.1, items in brief. Recommendation, page 243. Councillor Barnett, having withdrawn it, do you wish to move it?
Yes, I'll move it. And the reason why I withdrew it was mainly around item 4.1, your prospect magazine. And so I'm really pleased about improving our delivery, and particularly that it's going to be not in plastic wrap, and that we've managed to change Australia Post, and do something that's sensible with our boundaries. But one of the other things is that I'd like to suggest that in the last paragraph it says about to ensure we're able to monitor the distribution of each issue, a magazine delivery monitoring group consisting of staff that live within the City of Prospect. Well, I'm just wondering why they wouldn't include us elected members, as I think we all live in the City of Prospect. And it was because we spoke up and said we haven't had it before.
Correct. Yep.
That it sort of led to,
Who lives over the other side?
things.
Is that a question you want me to put?
I'm talking about elected members. You live on the other side. Yeah.
No, I meant who of the staff.
Sorry.
Chair, if you could.
No, sorry, we were
So-
having a discussion.
So, what would you want that to be just taken on board, or?
Maybe put the question, but only if you want me to put the question.
Yes, if you like.
I put the question. Why elected members not included in that? Will
Through the chair, we weren't wanting to burden you with, the extra work. We identified 7 people who were working for council who lived within City of Prospect. That would be a good representation to actually see if the actual magazine is being delivered on time and evenly across the council. So we thought that would be a good approach. But if the elected members wanted to be part of that monitoring group, those who want to could actually email me, and then you could
common sense.
And you could email me when it was delivered. We'd notify you when we were actually delivering it, and then or when we thought it was being delivered, and then you could actually email me to tell me when it was delivered.
Thank you. There's answer there, Councillor Bennett. Anything further?
No, so apart from encouraging elected members to email post haste to the Director, Chris Hannaford, if they'd like to be involved in the monitoring.
I'm sure we all will be anyway. And just a quick update, sorry, Director's probably not at liberty to say, but the national trial by Australia Post to do an LGA area has been delayed by 3 months, so it won't be used this time for us. We'll be using a combination of unaddressed through Australia Post and paper envelopes through Australia Post.
On that note,
Suburbs. Councillor Barnett, anything further as mover?
No, that was my main item just to pick up. I'm very happy with the others. So.
Got a seconder? Councillor Ritt. Wish to speak to it?
Yes. Just on your last comment, thank you for noting that. Is there any reason why we can't get volunteer groups, instead of using the envelopes and posting out those discrepancies, why can't we go out to a community group and get them to letterbox those streets? Why do we have to, to save on costs and not involve them? I don't understand why we would need to post. We've got plenty of community groups that walk a few streets and it would be far cheaper. Is there a reason why we need to, if it's going to be delayed, why we can't avoid the use of envelopes?
We've asked this question before.
Through the chair, we will want to be delivering it through a reliable delivery method. Australia Post have said that they could do that, and we had negotiated with them to get the first trial of a local government, discrete local government area through this particular period. They just rang up today to say they weren't able to do it. So we're not able to actually get a community group to do it in this short a time, to do a tender for that. And we are hoping that this new specific trial of a local government area by Australia Post would be successful. So we'd like to trial that in the next edition. So I think it would be good if we could actually see if this trial can work. I mean, we've been talking with Australia Post. They've apparently got a local government liaison person, and that person is in Melbourne. We've been talking with them, and that they were looking forward to doing a trial with us, the first council to be on that trial. So,
if I could just draw you back to the question, which was why, whether it's Australia Post or people from Mars, putting that to one side, we've asked for the idea of community groups delivering to be looked into. Is there an opportunity to do that at some point, given that we're going to be sending these things out ad infinitum at regular intervals?
And talk about
we've asked for this.
We can certainly look at it, and it was examined before I was in this position, and there was a lack of interest from community groups to deliver it. That was the case. But we can certainly look at it, and we can bring a report back.
Thank you. Councillor Ritt, anything further in speaking to the motion as a seconder?
Yeah, I just will say, if we can see, like, I know obviously it was looked at then, if you say before your time, Director, but this has been a question that's been asked for many months, and had we done this work before, we could be in a position where Australia Post say the trial they can't do it. We could have gone to a community group and say we've got a shortage about, but we're not obviously in the position for this magazine, which is a shame. But can this, if you can obviously take on note that we would really like this to be looked at, please.
Thank you. Head Deputy Mayor next, and then Councillor Harris.
Just in relation to 1.3, so great to see that we've been recognised again. Looking at the key achievements list in the past 12 months, I'm not sure if the Wi-Fi public services within the past 12 months, that feels like it's been around for a bit longer. Digital marketing campaign, an achievement, I'm not sure how it feeds into the intelligent community stuff. The first and the last points certainly do. We've been part of the Intelligent Communities program for quite a while now, and I have a slight concern that our focus is narrowing a little bit down to certain areas, because as we know there's 5 or 6 pillars, and a lot of it is about advocacy as well. So what I'd not sure how we move forward with this suggestion, but I'd encourage the staff to review the pillars and to look at the areas which we're not doing as much work on and see what we can do there to keep focusing on a broad spectrum of what it means to be an intelligent community. And the second thing that I don't think we've done, I don't think we've taken advantage of as much as what we could, and that is to tap into the network of the Intelligent Community Foundation. There's a lot of, we've done it before around that table, and so for whatever we're planning on doing in the future, there's almost certainly someone who's been in our position 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So I'd like to also encourage the staff to look at what we're thinking of doing over the next 3 to 4 years, which might come up as part of our strategic planning process, go out to the market, so to speak, and look for people who are part of this community who've done it before and gather as much learning as we can. The side benefit of that is that it continues to position City of Prospect in the minds of this organisation as an organisation that's striving to lead the sector in this space, so it puts our hand up and keeps us prominent as well. So congratulations on the success, but I think there's a little bit of work to do to leverage the benefit of this as much as possible.
Take that as a comment. Yes. And if you wanted to bring something back as a motion on notice, then that's up to you, Bill. I think you're right. Sorry. Then Councillor Harris.
Yeah, going back to the first point that was raised, Sefton Park is 2 streets, Broadview's a couple more. We could save 2 or 3 shillings that if you want to give me Sefton Park and Broadview, I'll drive them in 2 days, 3 days maximum.
I'd gladly walk the street. I've said
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, but you work all day.
No, but I'm not doing it in the middle of the night.
But yeah, I mean, to save the post, Sefton Park's 2 streets, so 129 houses, and then Broadview is more, and between Sophie and I, we could 2 days, if the worst come to the worst, 3 days.
Well, we'll bring back a report on delivery mechanisms for Prospect Magazine and that involving community groups and if you want, elected members.
Oh, well, I'm thinking to help you. I'm thinking of helping sort of this round.
Because you said community group.
God, I could be dead by the next one. I'm thinking of this round that you're going to go out normal with Australia Post, and you've got those other ones now that you're going to have to put in the wide envelope, and I don't know about the area right down by the other park, but I can, just say, here they are, postman, I'm going to give you that, Alan, I'll give you them, and I'll walk down the street and do it. I'll go now if you want.
Well, we haven't got the full amount just yet, but if we will
take that as a comment, not a question.
Yes.
Well, it's an offer. Is that a comment, an offer?
It's not a question, so I need to know. So we'll leave that for you to negotiate with the director afterwards. But director, again, just to strengthen, we have asked for alternative options to be looked at, and a national trial by Australia Post is one thing, but we didn't actually ask for a national trial by anybody other than us with our community groups. So please make haste with the report. Councillor De Backer.
Just a couple of things, and thanks for bringing the magazine to our attention now. I'm wondering if Nigel's got a copy there, possibly. This is the Holdfast Bay. This is just a what's on guide, which is like 5 or 6 pages. So I see the magazine as kind of a bucket of money that we allocate to our communication process. So my understanding is that there's a couple of people kind of dedicated to doing magazines, or...
We have, through the chair.
Are you asking a question?
Yeah, I'm asking a question. I don't
know.
What
is the question?
So how many staff does it take to actually write the magazine or to put it together and that kind of thing, the communications team?
Director?
Is it a big body of work or is it a small body of work?
Through the chair, we've got 1.9 people in communications, and they do the website, social media, and a whole range of issues in the communications area, press releases, etc. I would say it would probably take them about a third of their time.
Right. So that's the interesting bit. So I would rather have a sort of smaller, snappier publication delivered well and regularly. That's just me. Other people might think differently, but I see it as the bucket, the whole project, as opposed to just how much the postage is costing. But that's just from experience that other councils I don't seem to have.
So there's a comment.
Yep. And the other comment was in regards to the smart city. And again, Councillor Nguyen might chip in. Just in regards to the smart city, again, I went to the South Start conference, and I know we're very awarded, and we talked up what we did. Unfortunately, we didn't have any visuals there about what we're doing, which is always good. We've got to be really careful around language. Pillars and intelligent communities and connected cities. Sorry, smiling. It's the what's in it for me. What's in it for me as a resident? What's in it for me as a business? So actually breaking it down into what it means to our audience, because people turn off. So I think, yes, we're winning these awards for ticking these boxes, and I think one of the good things, the back office stuff, is the data collection, so the smart bins and the monitoring system, because that helps us do our jobs, get the information. But maybe we should say it like that. You know, we've got smart monitors in our bins and it's helping us know when we need to empty them.
Yeah.
That's something to talk about, not being a connected community or connected smart city. So I just want to having been to that session, that was really valuable to hear that.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate on that item? There being none, on 16.1, Councillor Barnett, you wish to sum up.
Yes, some useful comments, and I did forget to mention that I was not really impressed to find that as an elected member, restricted to, along with the other elected members, to 100 words in the last magazine. I just feel, what can you really meaningful? And so I'd like a bit more thought about that. It just seems to me, I don't know, over the years that we elected members seem to be less and less important or included, this is just my feeling, in the magazine. We are part of the team, we are part of the city, and I just feel that, you know, we should at least have 4 meaningful times in the year where we can say something to our community and to our residents. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Yes, it's carried unanimously. It's interesting you say that, Councillor Barnett. I was restricted to 200 words, and I thought, oh, so we'll be pretty tight. And only to find that I still get half a page that just made the photo of me enormous to take up the rest of the space. Well, I didn't want that.
No.
That was weird. 16.2, recycling audit and contamination reduction. Councillor Backer, you withdrew it. Do you wish to move it?
Just a question first. Page 252, because I certainly noticed this when the other report came back to us about the contamination rate, 32.5%. And obviously there's another sample that has 10%. I was trying to find what the asterisks and everything, what a sample is, how many bins that is. So through the chair, could I ask maybe the director how many?
Again, from memory, it was 50 and 100 bins. And CEO, director, remember those sample sizes?
Chair, well, a lot better memory than me. Maybe if I may ask the CEO of East Waste to join the table.
Aye. CEO, I'd like to come up here in this position here. The director has hand-passed a question to you about the sample size. I understood most of them are supposed to be 50s, but a couple of hundreds snuck in.
Correct. So we had a couple of over-enthusiastic drivers on the day. So, yeah, there was 2 samples. One was 50 and one was 100 bins.
Of the ones that Council's asking, the ones that are mentioned in this report, sample 1 had a contamination rate of 32.5%, which is the one with the extra green waste in it. And the other one had a contamination rate of 10%. Would you recall off the top of your head whether those were 50 or the hundreds or?
I don't. The difference in the contamination rate is largely around demographics as a generalisation.
Okay, so specific answer, I don't know.
Okay. Just as a comment from the floor, I think I'd like to see the actual, because it's scientific, if you're looking at a rate, the sample size has to be included and that information has to be.
Was, sorry to jump in. Absolutely,
was it?
absolutely given to us at the last meeting.
At the last meeting.
Or the meeting before in
Right.
total detail.
Okay. All right. So I just wasn't looking at it here, which
No,
I
no,
think
this
it
is,
needs to be.
this is the response to that report.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. It would just would, as a reader, it would help to have that.
It's all there.
Okay.
Great. Sorry, I don't mean to be flippant. It's a great report. Go and find it or get the director to send
Yeah.
it to
Okay.
you.
No, that's fine.
It's a great report. Happy to move it?
Yeah. Sure.
Wish to speak to it any more?
No, thank you.
We'll have a seconder.
Yes.
Councillor Harris, wish to speak to it?
Thank you.
Further debate?
Yes.
Councillor Rip?
Just want to get some clarification. What got me thinking about this particular report is I went down to the George Whittle Reserve recently and I saw on our signage, so I took a photo of it, and I saw on our signage for, so I'll try and blow it up. I know it's on a phone, so it might be a bit tricky. On our general waste bin, which is marked as the red bin, we're saying food. So my confusion with this, particularly, I mean, I've got quite, well, I'm more educated myself because I've wanted to over the last couple of years. To me, that tells the person in the community that your home bin, you should be putting, that your food goes in the red bin. So if we're saying at our facility, if we're saying general waste and we're highlighting the big red bin, and we're saying, you know, plastic bags, which is fine, you know, coffee cups, chips and snack wrappers and food, that tells me if I'm not, say, as educated on waste, oh, my food must go in my red bin at home. That's how what I would interpret it. So I really think we need to look at our messaging in our reserves and actually look to change that or at least if the administration could actually make any comment on it, if you do, if there's any reason behind that, because I actually think that's really confusing messaging.
Director?
Through the chair, we don't provide any organic waste collection services through our public reserves. I'm not aware of any councils that actually do. I note that some people may be confused. So people have a green bin. It's pretty, again, I'm not common denominator, but green bins are green waste. I'm happy to take it away and talk to East Waste about how we can improve that signage though.
Yeah, because that could easily confuse people. We're trying to set out a program to educate people to put the food waste in the green bin, and we're at a reserve and people see food red bin, great. You know, to me it's confusing.
Can we fix councillor by us forking out more money for a green bin in the parks? But that's another $14,000 and another collection cycle, and it's quite expensive. I think the only other way I've seen signage, sorry to speak to the chair of the item, but in answer to your question, any alternative I've seen is that you're very clear about what goes in the yellow bin, and the other bin you say everything else. You don't have the pictures. You say all other waste in this bin, so you're not specific about food. But there is nowhere else to put food in a public park other than in the other bin. So I appreciate your messaging around confusion, but unless we fork out more money in another cycle, it's a bit. What we don't want to do is contaminate the recycling with food waste. So that's the dilemma. Sorry, it's a long answer, but that's where we're at. Anything further as in speaking to this item? No? Councillor Barnett.
Yes, I mean, it's just occurred to me that why do we have to have, if it's not going to replicate what we are trying to educate our people in our normal three-bin system and the colours, the lids, well then why wouldn't we have some other colour there if it's, and you know, so it doesn't, it's not that psychological thing. We just say that this is the every other bin and thing and just have, I don't know if they come in different colours. Don't replicate our red, yellow and or green system unless they actually that colour and the things that go in our household collection go in that bin. Just a thought.
Just a thought, Director, CEO.
Chair, I'm happy to take it on board and as I said, I'll talk with East Waste about a more appropriate signage if possible.
It's a new innovation. I'm just thinking of other parks, their bins in stainless steel shrouds so they don't speak of any colour unless they're a loose bin. But they're good questions. Good question. Any further debate on this item? Councillor Nguyen.
I praise the council for taking actions to reduce contamination across our city. Just be mindful that there are people in our community who don't speak English or cannot read. So you know, there needs to be resources in various languages. There won't be a quick solution and the results won't be seen immediately, but we just need to be consistent with our waste message and create opportunities as often as possible for our community members to understand the importance of recycling. It's really hard to change old habits and behaviours.
I'll say. Thank you. Further debate? Councillor De Backer, any need to sum up?
Certainly.
That concludes debate. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Item 16.3 we've done. Sorry. Council, so we get back on track here. Item 16.5 is withdrawn by Councillor De Backer. You wish to move it in its current form?
No, I won't actually. No.
I have someone else. Current form, page assessment panel, end of panel term report. Ed, you should speak to it. No, thanks. Got a seconder. Councillor Harris, could you speak to it?
Thank you.
Councillor De Backer.
Yeah, again, I sent through words to move an amendment to include further information, perhaps to come back. It was just in regards to things that have come to the CAP that are recommended for approval. And, oh, my apologies. Okay, thank you very much. That council be provided with a further report analysing development applications where outcomes of the council assessment panel are at variance to the recommendations of staff, and that the further report also outlined the regular reasons for deferral raised by panel. So I'll speak to the amendment. So one of the things to, I guess, see is maybe, you know, why we're refusing things, or if there's a misalignment with what the staff think and the CAP think. So you've got 5 independent members, so they have a bit like the audit committee, you're going to have different points of view. But there are some commonalities, and this was actually mentioned in a recent meeting to the director, is that at the end of the term it would have been good to get some feedback from the people who were sitting on the panel for that term, as they did in the audit committee report, just have comments that were, you know, anonymous, that say, look, this has been great, however we could be, you know, this could happen and this would be really good. I haven't included it in this motion, but I think that would have been good to capture. One of the common things that happens is you might have landscape plans that are not provided. It's referring to street context, but there's no elevations of the street provided. There might be missing documentation, or it's just totally not aligned with where the CAP's at. So I think it would just be really informative, especially at the end of the term, and considering, I guess, what the audit committee report looked like, that we can capture some of that in the CAP report. So I'd encourage you to support the amendment, and if the director chooses to include some anonymous feedback from the previous sitting members, that would be good as well.
Yep, thank you. So Councillor De Backer's moved an amendment. I will, as I normally do, ask the mover and seconder if they're happy to incorporate that change, which is Deputy Mayor Larwood. You happy to incorporate the change?
Certainly.
And Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Yes. And I'll leave the meeting. All those in favour of incorporating the change? Against that, it is now incorporated. It's also now coming up 10:30. Councillor De Backer, do you have anything further to say on that? To the
I didn't include a time to come back, which was remiss of me, but
next month, I hear the director muttering.
Oh,
next month. Loud, because I didn't ask him the question. Next month. So it's just a side, you know. Any further debate on this item? There being none, Deputy Mayor wishes to sum up.
No.
That concludes the debate. All those in favour? Against is carried unanimously. Thank you. we're going to need to extend the meeting. Well, at your indulgence, councillors, we have to at 10:30 decide that way. So I recommend somebody moves to extend to 11 o'clock. Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Rick. Any debate? All those in favour? Some pretty tight hands there. You can do that again. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. Just. So we're on to item 16.6, Space to Go facilities booking platform trial, withdrawn by Councillor De Backer. Wish to move it?
Not in its current form.
We have someone who wishes to move it in its current form. Page 273, Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak to it?
Get on the table.
Yes.
Councillor Barnett, do you wish to speak to it?
Well, I think, looking forward to it be extended to our, I believe it was going to be extended to our other booking system, was it? Yeah. So I look forward to that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Backer.
The question first. Have we already committed to Space to Go? We've signed a contract with them to do this extra part?
Through the chair, we've signed a small trial period with them. This is the trial period, and we're arguing that they're actually performing well in this trial period, and all they're receiving is 15% of the fees. So there's no developmental costs, and it's a cashless system. It actually meets all the criteria that we set down in the council report earlier in the year to be a successful system.
So going back to the question, have we signed a contract with them to continue the service?
Well, I heard the answer is only for the trial.
Only for the trial.
So this isn't a report to say, yes, we're going ahead with it, and we need a decision from the council to do it. You're just informing us.
We're just informing you of the progress for the trial.
The trial's underway. I understand the trial's either at an end or they're completed.
It's to June 2020.
My understanding, it's been delayed because it doesn't work with our system, 365 or whatever it is.
What is the status of the current agreement? Does it have an expiry date? Can I ask that question first on behalf of the councillor?
It technically expired in 3 months.
3 months
from the signing.
Which is 5 months ago.
5 months ago. They're continuing with the system, and the system is not costing us any developmental money. So all that is going ahead is the 15%. All they're receiving is 15% of the fees.
So hang on, let me clarify this. So they're not under contract at all at the moment. They're just continuing to offer the service for that 15% fee.
That's right.
So we could break that off with them any time. Okay, just to clarify that. Sorry, Councillor Back.
Okay. So it does cost us something. It costs us reputational damage. It costs us the community's ability to book community facilities. And this was the whole point of this system was supposed to be trialled with the parks, and I think through to the Director of Planning and Communities, this was supposed to be trialled with the parks, then it was supposed to be implemented into payment fee to book things like meeting rooms. And it isn't, because it's not compatible with our system. So we as an elected member body need to know this as a smart city, intelligent community, or as a community member, can I book a room online? Yes, great. If it's not suitable, can we please look at something else that we can just off the shelf and do something? This is the question I'm asking to the director. Why are we promoting a system that doesn't work?
The system, through the chair, the system actually does work. The VOCO system, which was installed, was a system that was installed by Lucid, and the two software systems are not able to talk to each other at the moment, but Space2Co have said that they will, with their own developmental time, integrate the two systems so that the systems will be working in 6 months' time.
Through the chair to the Director of Community and Planning, was it envisaged that this system would be up and running for the open PNC, or at least earlier on?
Through the chair, there was certainly some talk when the Parks trial commenced that trial would be a more discrete time period, and that the work would then continue in an effort to be in the earliest months of anything. That was certainly talked about and referenced in the report test.
Councillor.
So, can I move that we look at all options? So, is council having considered items? Receive and note the report, and then maybe 2, look into alternatives. We'll look into alternative providers that work with our current system.
Building system.
No, not the building system, our computer system. So apparently there's...
What system?
So I suppose we work on, I think my understanding is we work on Office 365, which is calendar. So I'd imagine internally when staff want to book a meeting room, they can see the Office 365. If you're an outside person and you want to book a meeting room, you can't see it. So I would have assumed, I mean, as IT people in the room, that there are systems that you can get off the shelf that talk to each other. I don't know what the resourcing cost is, and I know, you know, Space to Code isn't costing us, but it's costing us in the fact that it's not providing the service. And we shouldn't lock ourselves into one provider.
Just cognizant there was a meeting system spoken about that's not Office 365, it's something else. What's the buttons on the, what's the panel like?
Through the chair, there's a system called Evoco, which is compatible with Office 365. But Space to Code having issues feeding into the background, as I understand it, of that. So the building and the normal operations, Office 365 and Evoco work together. To put it simply, it's all based on Outlook calendars. Space to Code is a different product that is trying to interface with that.
So just to make sure your motion or your amendment is successful,
yeah.
Are you talking about matching the Evoco system?
Well, Evoco has a customer-facing option, like a portal. It doesn't.
It's essentially the name of the tablet, through the chair.
Right.
The tablets that sit on the wall around the meeting rooms, they basically just run off Office 365 or other systems that can be made to be compatible. So they're quite open. You can kind of plug anything in, to put it very simply, but it hasn't worked as efficiently as Space to Code because they haven't experienced.
So I just want to keep us really open to delivering a service. I don't really want to choose a provider given the fact it's not working. That's fine.
I just want to make sure you get what you want, that we don't come back with options that don't work with the tools we've got that use Office 365 as a back system. So I'll make it really, really clear. Can staff help make this motion irrefutably successful in terms of what we're trying to do here?
Through the chair, if I may, I would add after Office 365 and the Evoco tablet system.
Thank you.
The Evoco on the end instead of an E. Tablet system which exists within Andy.
I have a question on that.
Not yet.
Okay. All right.
Councillor Backer. To speak any further to that amendment? I'll just take a brief question, then I'll seek leave from the mover and seconder in a second.
I'm trying to understand because I think ultimately we were thinking that it might be a system that would members of the public could actually book in like our parks one. So my question is, will Office 365 and a tablet system be that sort of system that will be open to the public to book? I'm of the opinion that it most probably won't.
I'll take the question.
The answer would be that the Office 365 and the Voco tablet system, we could get that working just for booking the actual rooms here, so the public could book here, but that system may not work for parks, and it also may not work for actual booking of the RSL hall or other community facilities. So what we were trying to do was actually get a system that would work both for the town hall, the council external booking facilities, and also something that would work for the parks, and also have an ability to book spaces, or groups like the RSL hall, lacrosse, etc., could use it to book their spaces. And in Western Australia, the Space to Co system has been able to do that. So it's only that really we've got the Voco system has been installed here that has actually meant we couldn't carry it through the rest of the facility. So what all we'd be arguing is, let's continue the trial and let's see if we can actually get the system working, get the systems integrated between Office 365 and what we've got working out there in the parks. The interesting thing is in the parks it's actually starting to work quite well.
Hold you there. So, yep, that answers your question. Thank you. I now ask Mover and Seconder if they're happy to incorporate the amendment, and that is Deputy Mayor.
I'm just going to have to ask you a question about what I can do, because I'm not happy to accept that amendment, but I would like to propose an addition to that amendment, and then given that that was acceptable, then I'd be happy to accept the amendment.
It's late. The answer you've given is no. The amendment has to stand and be debated. So do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Ridd, you wish to speak to it?
So I'm assuming you're speaking to the amendment? Correct? Yeah. Can I just find just a question more so? So if we've said and we've signed a contract or a hire arrangement, whatever you want to call it, with Space to Co for 3 months, is it really fair to our sort of, with our reputation, to be stringing a company along for 3 months, another 6 months, and they're giving us that cheaper rate? I mean, when do we draw the line and make a decision? Because I also don't think it's fair to that business that we're paying a far cheaper rate when we've signed up to be, on a hire arrangement for 3 months, and we're talking around a trial going on for another 6 months with a system that that doesn't link to this building. So in the end, are we just stringing them along to sort of say, no? I'm really confused with this, and I think it's fair to that business that we give them clarity as well.
Yeah, just to clarify this, thanks for the question. So what we've heard tonight, what Council have heard tonight, is the Space to Co does work beautifully in places like Western Australia. The problem we've got is we've got a very bespoke system in this building. What Space to Co are prepared to do, and is that if they can write the code that can connect with us, they can sell their system to everybody who's got our system going forward. And I assume it's one of those systems that will be in all kinds of modern buildings. So we're not abusing this relationship. They're offering and asking for our patience as they build their software so it will integrate, because they know it's in their interest, A, to keep us as a client, and B, to integrate for other clients going forward. What the director's saying is that while we can go out and have a look, my assumption, Director, is that we've actually had a very good look before you went to Space to Co. They've got already something that works very effectively when it connects with other products. They're saying they want us to give them time so they can get a bespoke connection to this product. They're asking us for that time, and they are saying to us that we will give you a comprehensive, seamless solution if you can just give us some time and extend the trial. Because we don't feel for a moment that our brand's at risk because they're going into this with open eyes, as I understand it.
All right, that's correct. Yeah.
Councillor Ripp, anything further? Any further debate on the amendment? I recognise, Deputy Mayor, you were foreshadowing a suggestion.
So what can I say now? Can I say that I'd like to propose an amendment to the amendment? Can I say that now?
Messy.
Can I just say what I'm thinking in my head?
Preferably.
Okay, I'm just going to say what I'm thinking. I think that two things. We could have done more work on determining quite a while ago whether Space to Co and the Evoco system and Office 365 was compatible. So we should have done that work 6 months ago. We didn't do that work. Now we're in a situation where we've implemented Space to Co and by all accounts for the purpose that it's been on trial for, which is the parks and some of the sort of temporary hireable areas such as the sound shell, etc. It looks to be working quite well. There's positive feedback about the user experience. The revenue generated through hiring out those facilities is significantly more than what it has been in the past. Not saying that's all down to Space to Co, but the facts are that it is more. We are presented with a situation where we have the Evoco tablet system, and if we could get a firm commitment from Space to Co that they will complete the work required to interface between their system and Evoco tablet system, and we ask for a time frame and we're happy with that time frame, in my opinion, that's the best outcome, because we will get what we're looking for, and that is a seamless experience where members of the public can log into Space to Co and they can book a facility here. The systems will talk to each other and the user experience will be a good outcome. If we go down a different pathway too quickly, we will find ourselves back in the same situation in the not too distant future, and we'll probably be having this conversation again in 6 months' time. So if I was to say what I was thinking a reasonable amendment would be that at the start of this, we should get a firm commitment from Space to Co that by a given date that we're happy with, they will have completed the integration at no cost, tested it, proven that it's working, and at that point in time, we're happy with that outcome. If they can't commit to that, then we should look at alternatives. A lot of words there, but that's just a summary of the situation.
Thank you. Further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Nguyen.
I am, my thinking is exactly the same as Deputy Mayor. I think it's not fair to go and look for alternative provider when we haven't said to them how long will it take for you to write something that's compatible with what we've got. I think it's important for the systems to read. They know what, I think if we give them time and if they can commit to that time frame, and if they can't deliver, then that's what the next thing is, to look for alternative provider. So I'm not sure whether, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know whether I will support the amendment, knowing that we haven't given them that, we haven't asked them that commitment.
Thank you. Further debate to the amendment? Can I ask from Chair a question? How would you interpret this amendment, Director? Does this mean that you would put Space to Go on hold while you look for alternatives, or would you let them keep developing their software with the risk that they might not get the ongoing contract, and would that be a concern to you?
Through the Chair, we could have that discussion with them. I think they've always been aware that this is only a trial period. We've made that very clear, that this is a trial, and we would evaluate them. We would use that criteria that we've got in the report to evaluate them. As far as I'm concerned, they've actually met a lot of that criteria, but I think they are prepared to take the risk. They're a startup, they're an entrepreneurial group, which is part of the reason why we engage with them, and they are prepared to take the risk that we will not proceed with them. I think they have said to us that they will actually start the work on the integration of the system early next year. If we actually decided that we weren't going to commit to them, they might actually decide not to go ahead with developing that software, and then we could go out for an expression of interest. But likewise, we actually proceed with them, let them understand that there are some risks involved, and sign an agreement with them to say that there's a real chance that we may not proceed, and that there are risks with the process.
Okay. A second. So it might not work in parallel as the question. Basically, the question I had. Second thing is, I understood right from the start that Space to Go are only interested if there's a revenue stream. So in other words, they earn their cut by percentage of the fee. We've never charged fees for some of these spaces. Now, I was grumpy at the time that we suddenly started charging fees for these spaces without actually setting up a fees register process. No one's complained to me, so I figure it's a fee that they can tolerate. I'm not so sure I'm happy about that with meeting rooms. Now, I imagine that it's supposed to go take over our meeting rooms process through the Loco tablet system and Office 365. They'll only do so if there's a revenue stream from the book. Is that? Can you confirm whether that's correct or not? Or we're happy to do something for free?
We have had that discussion with them, and that they are prepared to provide an internal code for internal bookings, so that we are not being charged for booking our own rooms. But if there's an external group that is seeking to hold a function here, and we deem them through our policy process that they should be charged, we can charge them. So we can actually have the best of both worlds, get revenue for rooms like this hired to external people, or obviously when we're booking it, it's no charge to us, or certain groups who are deemed as, worthy community groups, we can actually waive the fee. Quite a bit of flexibility. And that's the system that they're rolling out with Western Australian councils, and it's been very successful with those Western Australian councils.
Thank you. Further debate?
Just a question, if I'm allowed one.
Brief question, because you've seconded it and spoken to it. So,
is it possible that you allow, if this amendment gets up, that you allow, so I'm clear, that you allow Space to Go to do this work, but keep an eye and look at alternative providers and do the research with that? So we're not in a situation that Space to Go come to us in 6 months and say, can't do it, then we're starting looking at the alternative providers. Can they work together?
Yeah, we can sign an agreement with them to give us maximum flexibility and maximum protection, so that we can actually withdraw from the trial, so that at the end of the day, if council's not happy with the performance of Space to Go and the integration of the system and the various elements that we're wanting this system to do, we could actually go out to an expression of interest and invite a number of other players to actually have an
if the amendment gets up, which the questioner has seconded, you'll be obliged to seek alternatives as of tomorrow, not at the end of the 6 months, tomorrow.
Correct. Yeah.
The only question is whether you're going to do that in parallel with Space to Go working on the software upgrade, or whether you're going to tell Space to Go, sorry, you're on hold while I seek alternatives. This does not give the option to wait for 6 months in my interpretation of it.
Okay, I wasn't seeing it that way. So you're saying that if that motion gets up there, we stop?
Well, that's been the nature of my questions to you, and it's the nature of the council's question to you.
If we run with that motion, we can investigate tomorrow, if you want, all the other alternatives and provide some reports back, and we can be honest with Space to Go about what we're doing with investigations, and we've always kept it open with them that they haven't got the job at Prospect. So we can do that, and I'm sure that they would still want to keep on with the trial and still do the developmental work with us, because they believe there's good market in South Australia and we're a good group to work with.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barnett.
Question.
You've already spoken to it.
I thought I had a question.
Oh, sorry, no, you haven't spoken to the amendment.
No, I haven't. So my question goes back to the Evoco tablet system. So are we welded into still keeping that system? Is there any other system? Because I don't know who chose it and all the rest of it. Knowing all this, we wouldn't have chosen it, quite frankly. So my question is there any other sort of tablet, Evoco or similar Evoco tablet system, and are we welded to it? I know it's a cost most probably.
I'll throw it to the director of plan.
Through the chair, the Evoco system was chosen by our project team and IT in relation to what will work for the building. The Evoco is very flexible. The issue space to go interface rather than the Evoco. Are we welded to it? No, but they are installed in the building at $1,500 per unit, and there's a number of them in the building, and they were chosen specifically for their ease of interface and clarity of display that can show who has the rooms at what time. The web interface in the background, that's where we need the support, whether Space2Co or another group provides that. I am not an IT person, but I don't see that as difficult, and all it has to do is run an interface that can display on a screen that can display anything. So the Evoco isn't the issue.
Thank you. Further question? No?
Just very, very briefly, I'm just starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable that we're starting to talk about our commercial arrangements in a very public, open forum, but particularly in terms of what we might want from a provider in the future. So I'm just feeling a little uncomfortable about that. In terms of the motion, I don't think the motion does what it's intending to do. So looking to alternative providers, my interpretation of that could be you could look into them. It's not asking you to come back. It's not asking you to compare them with anything. It's just saying look into them. So I won't be supporting the motion because I don't think it's doing what anyone wants it to actually do in my reading of it, which is clearly different to other people around the table.
Any further debate on the amendment? There's no summing up on an amendment. All those in favour? All those against? It is lost. Okay, we'll move back to the motion. Any further debate on the motion? Or another amendment? I didn't suggest it.
No, please.
They're being done. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to sum up?
Well, I was going to suggest, everyone's going to hate me, right? I don't think this is resolved as it currently stands. So I was going to suggest an amendment to the motion, and that is that we seek someone's going to help me with the words, but we seek a firm commitment from Space2Co that the integration that we require to provide a seamless user experience is completed at no cost by a certain date. And if so, we will continue with the trial. I'm not sure whether we'd continue with the trial or whether we'd be satisfied to move into an engagement, including the ability to allow bookings to be made at no cost to selected community groups. So that functionality has to be in there because that's defined users of the spaces, which could include the outdoor spaces as well. If at the point, this is getting too long. How do I make it shorter?
Harry. Okay, sorry. That's a very candid question. Can I just say that I'm really uncomfortable with this. I think the amendment wasn't worded well enough to be robust enough to achieve what people wanted. And I mean, I'll sort of back or go home and think hard about that. At the end of the day, sometimes that just happens, right? I think 6 months personally is too far away. I think we should be looking harder at what we do. If we're going to lock up an agreement, we need to be really clear about what we're locking up, and we don't seem to be very clear about it at all. And I think it's a bit of a mess. And from the chair, we have some options. One is we can try an amendment right now. We're going to run out of time unless we seek to extend until 11:30, which doesn't excite me. Until 11 o'clock, I only just got up. Second is we can decide to vote this down, which means it goes, you don't have any instructions, and we can encourage you to come back in December. Or thirdly, someone can seek an amendment to achieve that. And probably the quickest thing to do is just to vote it down and leave it with the CEO to go and sort out. Candid advice in response to a candid question.
I would draw my amendment, given that considering I moved it in the first place, I might not have been able to amend it.
Well, that saves me trying to work out whether you could do that or not, but I don't have to bother now.
And a colleague on my right can help.
I'm sure someone would have felt it.
So what are the words I use to say that I think we should drop this and have it come back at another meeting?
Nothing.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Leave it be.
Okay, that concludes debate. All those in favour?
Oh, sorry.
All those against? That again, all those in favour? All those against? It is lost unanimously. Okay, so CEO, Director, leave it with you. You've heard plenty of commentary. Please resolve it quickly. We are going to run out of time. We have got someone here waiting for us for a confidential item. We're still one item away from that.
It's into 11:15.
Extension 11:15 has been moved by Councillor Ripp. We have a seconder. Councillor De Backer. Anyone wish to debate it? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? No, that's tricky because I didn't see everyone's hand move. Didn't see someone's hands move. Maybe they're just tied up. Again, all those in favour? 1, 2, 3. All those against? 4, 5. That is lost. Meeting will conclude at 11 o'clock, which is now.